which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Shaper. As is noted on our agenda, City Council is prohibited by state law from discussing or taking any action on items that are brought up under item 1 for public comment, but it provides an important opportunity for the public forum. The public is given an opportunity this time to address City Council on issues not listed on the agenda, and we do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other item this evening, please fill out a request to speak card and return it to the clerk. And we accept requests to speak cards up to the conclusion of the reading of the staff report on any particular agenda item. Once the staff report has been read and we open this item up for public comment, the clerk will announce your name for you to walk up to the podium to speak. Now, in front of the clerk, there is a timer to ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard, and we ask that all comments be limited to the specified 2-3 minutes. Also, in front of the clerk is an analog flip chart, which indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. We also recognize that for some, speaking in public can cause anxiety, so we request that there be no applause or boos, catcalls, or other demonstrations. Furthermore, so that we may maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers, we ask that those in attendance and those who address the City Council abide by the code of conduct posted and not speak in loud, threatening, offensive, abusive, or other disrespectful language that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now, this brings us to item number 1, presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the council, and each person has 3 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak under public comment?
Our first speaker is Robin Davis.
Hello, I'm Robin and I live in my 160 square foot semi-off-grid tiny home on wheels on my undeveloped residential property here in West Sacramento. I just want to thank David Tilley from the Planning Department for his presentation to the Planning Commission earlier this month and for the Planning Commission unanimously requesting to move a workshop on the tiny home on wheels ordinance forward for your consideration. It was also reported that the average size of single-family homes being built in West Sacramento between 2018 to now is 2,656 square feet. So we continue to go in a direction that is not meeting demand. I wanted to quickly go over the main pressing question, which is why the wheels? We can think of tiny homes on wheels as a hybrid between a manufactured home and an RV by using the best aspects of each while still having set standards and certifications and being a truly separate product. From the chassis up is built like a traditional or manufactured home, and the chassis being the only thing in common with an RV. This is what makes Thous innovative and unique from all other existing housing options. Because of their unique build, the permitting process only needs to include site improvements since the structures are already certified just like manufactured housing. Some cities such as LA County do not distinguish Thous from manufactured homes. Instead, they are all considered to be in the same category. Compared to ADUs, which can be 9 months or longer for permits, the average build for ADUs can take a year or longer versus Thous can plug into existing infrastructure tomorrow, which allows for more flexibility on where and when these can be placed. Thous also give people a path to build equity in property, even if it's not attached to land. Most people that own tinies from 2018 to now typically have sold their tinies for more than what they purchased them for. Thous are recognized by the DMV, but they do not depreciate like RVs, and the data shows they increase in value because the demand is so high. This also allows a more affordable path for homeowners to create supplemental income. It's not always realistic for homeowners to take on high-interest construction loans to build ADUs, so renting backyard space to Thou owners is an option to create mutually beneficial partnerships. We are excited for this workshop consideration to come to you next month and for the opportunity for experts from the Tiny Home Industry Association to present this community. Lastly, I did want to mention that a member of our community said there was no notice given to residents about this agenda item other than what was posted on social media. I also found out through word of mouth, even though my home was actually pictured and mentioned in the agenda. So I would like to ask that a more formal notice be sent to West Sac residents so more people can listen, learn, and weigh in during that public workshop process and future meetings when considering a new ordinance. Improving these transparencies can only contribute to better outcomes for our city and for this ordinance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Guy Stevenson.
I don't want you to think that I'm addressing at any of it to you people. You, the mayor, vice mayor, any of it. But you got people in this building. When you address something from the community or the city, and I sent a letter to Aaron, and I sent one to you and you, addressing this issue. When people from the community or people that live in different districts in here, when they call here with an issue that needs to be addressed, they shouldn't give them flack or anything, because you got to remember at the end of the day, these people work for the public. The public don't work for them. And in the industry that I am in outside of here, if I did just some of the things that I've been dealing with lately, I'd have been fired, because there are state boards that we have to abide by. It's just like you in your job or your job. There's certain things that you cannot do. Intimidation's one of them. I don't like to be intimidated because I don't want to intimidate them. They may think that's what I'm trying to do, but I'm a community member and I have the right to voice my opinion. Whether they agree with it, that's their choice. But to give me crap about it, because there was an issue with this VIA that you people seem to think is a great service, which it's not. And I addressed it, and then I get, there's some things that were said coming out of this building. I don't care what they think. I'm not about feelings. You know what I mean? I'll respect you, but I expect the people in this building to respect me. I will take the shirt off my back for anybody in here. But the minute they step over that line, then the military comes out of me. And I put that in a letter to Aaron. Very respectable to you people. I respect your position. But I don't want people to think that because we're part of the public that they don't have any say, or there's anything that they cannot say that where they're attacked. There was an incident that happened not too long ago. I didn't make a big deal about it, and I'm not going to make a big deal about it. I'm not going to throw that person's name under the bus, but they cannot do that. You just can't do that as a public servant. And I'm not saying that you people are bad. I'm just saying there's some things that I don't agree with, and I would appreciate it if you can pass it along, that people need to have this type of training where they can be respectable to the public. Thank you very much, and have a great night.
We have no additional requests to speak. Oh, I'm sorry, Alfred Melbourne.
Greetings, Madam Mayor, City Council. It's a pleasure to be here, as always, to be able to speak my mind. And just want to thank you guys for the work that you all doing. As far as the land acknowledgement goes, I always like to mention that I find the land acknowledgement lacking performative tokenization. We have an opportunity to give the First Nations people of this land some real acknowledgement and recognition if we halt the process in the renaming of the Tower Gateway Parkway and name it after the First Nations of this land, giving them something to be proud of as we lead this road to the Capitol. So that's always going to be a position that I take as a First Nations representative, that we really acknowledge the First Nations. We have a Native Heritage Museum that's supposed to take place, and of course we haven't seen really no movement on that. It's just really sad that the First Nations people of this land, who have been here since time immemorial, respecting this land and taking care of it, don't really have anything here in this whole great city of West Sacramento to acknowledge them, whether it be a monument, a plaque, or anything of that nature. Sorry, my name is Alfred Melbourne, longtime resident, born and raised here in West Sacramento, Broderick, and just curious to know why I cannot get a response from any one of you. I mean, the mayor, with all due respect, she responds every now and then, and of course Norma, I speak to Norma, our representative, but I've emailed each and every one of you for advice for cooperation, for understanding. Some, before you were elected and on these seats, had the wherewithal to contact us and try to work with us. But since the redistricting and bunch of different things, we haven't gotten no real feedback. So the work I do in the community is the director of Three Sisters Gardens. We're a 501c3 supporting food for the elders, women, and children. Last year, 22,000 pounds. This year, we're at around 13,000 pounds that we've given to the community free. And we haven't received zero support other than some meetings and conversations. We really need the support to move our program forward. We have 4 urban farms, but we'd like to have 50, building a real resiliency. Everybody here, and probably some folks behind me, know that we're in a climate catastrophe with a global pandemic, and we're growing food here. During the next opportunity, when you guys see when the weather changes and starts raining because everyone has short-term memory loss, right, when it gets bad, we'll see how important it is to have food right where we live. So, yes, we're doing great work in the community. We still invite all of you out to come out and join us, because whether you're in District 3, 4, 1, 2, it don't even matter. This is a part of the great city of West Sacramento, and we are leading. So whenever you guys feel so inclined, please come out and talk to us. We'd love to show you what we're doing and get your guys' support. Thank you all very much.
We have no additional item or speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is our next item on the agenda under presentations from the City Manager's Office. We have 2 proclamations, actually 3 proclamations. One for honoring Yolo County Supervisor Gary Sandy, and the receiving party is not here yet, and so we will take that item when the receiving party does show up. It may be sometime later on in the agenda, so I will let you know when that happens. And 2 proclamations are recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month and representatives in our community. We will first bring up Jorge Borges. I will mention the 2, but first will come up Jorge Borges, and I'll just one moment, I'll let you know. And I'm going to give a little background about Jorge, and then the Samano family, and give a little background about them. And then what we'll do is we'll go down and take a photograph with the proclamation. Okay. Okay, and then Jorge Borges is the General Director of De Primera Mano, a Spanish language magazine for Latinos with the content focused on local businesses and community leaders. De Primera Mano also gives readers the opportunity to publish their own stories, such as opinions and folk stories from their own country of origin. De Primera Mano's audience reaches this entire region: Sacramento, Yolo, Marin, Colusa, Napa, and Yuba County, and San Joaquin counties, just to name a few. So here tonight we have Mr. Jorge Borges, and hold on a minute, I'll be bringing you up. Next is the Samano family, and the Samano family is comprising of the father, Mr. Juan M. Avalos Ruiz, and daughters Carolina Avalos Samano and Vanessa Avalos Samano, along with their mother, Juana Samano Ruiz. They are deeply engaged in the community. They consistently volunteer for Saturday food banks in collaboration with the Yolo County Food Bank Program. Their bilingual skills have proven invaluable in helping families in need, offering essential guidance and support to ensure that they can adequately care for their loved ones. And for these reasons, I have recognized both of them for Hispanic Heritage Month, because of the great work both of them do to provide support to our Latino community. So with that, we'll have Miguel come up first, and then we will have the Samano family come up after, okay? And we'll all go down just to take a photograph with you, okay? Okay, next we have our consent agenda items 4 through 24, and I will ask council to see if there are any items that they would like to pull.
11?
Yes? 11? Any others? And I will pull 12 and 16 as well. Okay. we'll
Madam
start.
Mayor, are we pulling item 9?
And item 9 for the vote.
Okay, thank you.
If you can remind me about that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I tend to just like, okay, thank you. All right, with item number 11, go
Yes.
ahead and proceed.
Who's?
What would you like to say? Who are you waiting for? Andrea. All right, so we will have item number 11 is Seamus, I think. Is that Andrea or Seamus Laffey? We have staff I don't know which staff would like to come up and
It's 11.
item number, okay.
Thank you, Seamus. My question is, we've received some public comment and some direct communication regarding this matter, and wanted to get a little bit of a background as to why it is that the staff is making this recommendation. Just briefly, the history that led to us being here today.
Certainly. So, Gold Mountain has been operating for a few years now. All cannabis businesses in the city are required to get Planning Commission and City Council approval of a development agreement. So the city entered into a development agreement with Gold Mountain Distribution, and there are certain requirements the operator needs to meet, having a safety and security plan, meeting state and local regulations, and paying the city quarterly revenue payments, just to name a few. One of those requirements is also having an annual compliance inspection. The city has consulted or hired HDL to consult and do these inspections and provide their expertise in the cannabis industry. They did an inspection of Gold Mountain Distribution about 9 months ago, and that found numerous violations, both state and local regulations. It found that the business started operation about a year before they were issued their certificate of occupancy from the building division to occupy, and about a year before they received their business license. So they were operating about a year before the city gave them permission or the permits for it to do that. The inspection found that their transportation manifests were not detailed to what is required by the state. And the transportation manifest also showed that they were operating before they had city approval. And they also have not paid the city the required payment for their quarterly revenue payment. So there was a financial audit that was conducted earlier this year by HDL that identified the amount that's due to the city that has not been fully paid.
Has there been any payments?
I'll I would turn to our finance director for the exact number. There has been some payment, but not nearly the amount that is required for the financial audit findings.
There have been no payments on the
all?
findings for the financial audits. There have been approximately 3 or 4 quarterly payments since they've been operating, total of $894.25.
Okay. I remember coming up with a lot of these guidelines. I mean, they were very, very prescriptive when it came to what it is that we were expecting of businesses of this sort. Specifically, no signage on transportation vehicles and making sure that the chief of police looked at the security system and those agreements. So I appreciate that you outlined that. Based on the communication that we've received, I understand that this is a women-owned business?
The ownership that we have on file is Michael Ramirez and Ariana Tibbetts. That is who the development agreement is with. The city received a request to modify the ownership about a year ago. That requires city council or city manager consent, depending on the type of business owner change. That has not been approved yet. So it's partly owned by a woman, yeah.
Okay. Based on, I mean, obviously staff made the recommendation based on information they've received over the past 3 years, including violations, but I wonder, I know it's in the interest of all of us to ensure that businesses are able to thrive, and perhaps there were conditions that led to the situation that we're seeing before. I wonder, is it your opinion that perhaps, well, let me restrike that. I'm concerned that that there has been any communication breakdown between the business owners and the city. Is that your position?
There has been communication with David Argudo going back to when the first inspection was requested back in September of last year. Regarding what's before you tonight, there was a notice of default that was sent to both Mr. Argudo and Ms. Ariana Tibbetts back in June. That's a 30-day notice to cure the defaults that were identified. That was both emailed and mailed to both of them. And then there was a follow-up notifying them of this item before you tonight.
Was there any response?
There was a response to our consultant, HDL, in July. I should also note that you should have a memo from HDL that goes through their correspondence with the applicant, and the applicant did work on remedying, coming into compliance on some of the matters related to the safety and security, the transportation manifest, but there are still items that occurred that cannot be cured just because they occurred in the past. Right. For the communication, yeah, there's been numerous communication in the last few months. I spoke with Mr. Argudo last week over the phone. He emailed our assistant city manager in early of the first week of September. But they received the notice of default in June. That gives them 30 days to cure. They have not paid the city. So that is one of the items that has not been cured since that letter.
Sure. I'd like to, with Madam Mayor's, I would turn it over to our colleague with your permission.
Okay, sure. Yes, go ahead.
Starting a business. So tonight we're going to have.
Councilmember Sulpizo Hall, is your microphone on?
Yeah. It's the green on the other mic. It's odd sitting this way because I feel like I'm facing. Okay.
It's got the 2 mic thing going on.
Turn both on. Okay, is that better? Oh, good. Wow. Goodness gracious. I'm so sorry about that. So starting a business is difficult. It's even more difficult if you're a woman, and there's significant stats to prove that. It's difficult to do it in a pandemic. It's difficult to do it right after you have a baby. And as we have a conversation tonight about equity programs in West Sacramento, in one breath, I'm going to say starting a women-owned business is difficult and we needed to give them additional support. And we're looking at for me, and the time I've spent on this, we're looking for a woman-owned business that needs additional support. And so do we have any flexibility on a remedy to cure, doing something to give them a little bit more flexibility to try to remedy some of these issues?
So the applicant has, or the owner has cured most of the items that was in that memo. The outstanding item right now is the payment to the city. So it could be continued to give the applicant or the owner time to make that payment.
They shared with me that they believe income will be coming in the next 30 days. I would like to give them that opportunity to remedy this entirely, and I would, at this point, would not want to support cancellation of the development agreement at the moment, and would like to give them a little bit more space, and would love to have a conversation about how many days actually make sense for that to happen.
Madam Mayor's position.
Just let her finish and then I can pass it back.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I don't know if Seamus wants to talk about that, or you can.
Did you want to, yes, do you want to answer that question and then we'll go to, or is it relevant to the same
It is.
point?
it
Oh,
is.
go ahead, sorry.
Actually, I don't know the proper protocol with respect to consent items, but with this item, I almost think I'd like to make a counter, like an amendment to allow perhaps maybe 90 days to allow the applicant to, well, the business owner, to remedy some of the issues and perhaps revisit that if there's an extension necessary and there's a good faith effort. It seems to me like we would want to do what we can to support, despite, of course, there are issues, obviously, but let's see what we can do to help them along.
And along the same
How
line.
much, I'm sure it's in there, it'd be helpful. So they've paid Roberta $840 of,
They've paid $894 and some change for 4 different quarters. It's their percentage of gross revenues per the development agreement. In addition to that, there is an outstanding invoice for the audit revenue underpayment and the cost of the audit, given the amount of the findings, also per the terms of the DA, $21,586.38. There's also an outstanding work order billing. Looks like the only payment received on that was February 2022. The outstanding balance on that is about $5,993.75. So in total right now, I have a total of $27,580.13, and I understand there's some additional costs in the last month or so that have not yet been billed.
so just because I just want to make sure whatever we put is actually a reachable goal. So it's $27,000 owed thus far. It's probably a little bit more on that particular tab. And what we have received from them in the past 12 months?
2 years since
Years. Is
since October 2021,
$840?
$836.85 at 2.5% of gross revenues, which is their rate. That means their gross revenues in that time period have been about $33,474.
Again, just so I'm making sure I fully understand. So tab right now, $27,000. What we've received from them in 2 years is around $840?
$894.
$894. Okay, well, I'll give you that for $14. Okay.
Miss, can you come back up, please? So taking a look at what can be cured at this time, does it seem like our recommendation would help give you the time to cure what the failures are listed here?
Well, really the cure is paying the city what they're owed. So I'd leave that to the the business owner. The safety and security, having the video, the cameras, they fixed their visitor logs, the transportation manifest. The operational side they have fixed. But for the payment, I have to defer to the business owner on it.
Madam Mayor, I just, so is what Mayor Pro Tem is proposing a 90-day extension on the $27,000 bill? Is that what we're?
I'm trying to make sure that everything, there was a list of failures on the agenda. I'm trying to figure out if if that is all, if our 90 days is just for one item, and then we have the others that are listed. And if that resolves, if the time frame actually resolves all the others, which is our goal, is to try to keep them open. That's what I'm trying to
Right,
accomplish.
and my suggestion, and this could be altered completely, is that we give a 90-day extension with the opportunity of additional extensions if there's a good faith effort. That would be up to staff to determine.
And that's what I'm trying to find out from staff at this point, is what, if our recommendation is we'd like to see them cured, and we have a list of failures here. My impression was some were outdated and cannot be cured, but if that's not the case,
There are a number of violations that occurred that cannot be cured. They operated a year before they were given permits to. Their track and trace, the transportation manifests, those were not detailed, and they showed that they operated before they received the permits for. But that has since been fixed.
okay.
This has been about a 9-month process. So there has been time for the applicant to cure these, especially since they received their notice to cure back in June. So there has been time to communicate and pay this that amount. More time certainly would give them time to pay, but it wouldn't rectify the defaults that occurred in the past.
Madam Mayor, if I can offer a comment.
Yes, Mr. City
I
Attorney.
think what we're hearing is that there are a number of items that they failed to comply with. Those are independent grounds for termination of the development agreement. The council does have discretion whether to exercise its rights under the PA to terminate. So that is within your discretion. There's not a mandate that you terminate. For the ones that cannot be cured, they simply can't be cured. And you'll have to make a decision whether or not they were sufficiently serious to warrant termination of the development agreement. I'll defer to your judgment on this. This is not something that we've brought forward lightly. This is the first termination of a development agreement that's been proposed. There is some concern on my part that we send a message to the business community that we take the terms of the development agreement seriously. But that's, ultimately, that is why you're there and I'm over here. So in terms of the payment, certainly you could decide to give them some additional time. One option you might consider is simply continuing this item for 90 days. And then we'd be back in 90 days. You'd get a report from staff as to what's happened in that intervening 90-day period. You could decide whether they have become good partners, if they're doing everything they're supposed to be doing during that 90-day period, if they brought their payments current. You might decide at that point that you're going to not terminate, even notwithstanding the fact that there are bases to do so.
Any comments, thoughts? Councilmember Early.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm just being really honest and frank, I don't know what kind of revenue they'd have to come up with in 90 days to pay $27,000 if they haven't been able to do it in 24 months. So that I would have a hard time supporting something that doesn't, on its face, seem logical or attainable in any way, shape, or form based on pattern and history of behavior.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with my colleagues on both sides, frankly. As a hardline prosecutor, I will say that I've seen everything for the last 18 years when people come forth with a variety of different reasons why they haven't completed their obligations. With that stated, I also recognize that tonight we're going to be deciding an item related to cannabis and equity. And that weighs very heavily on my spirit because I think that on the one hand, we're looking to make sure that we are supporting and encouraging minority-owned and women-owned businesses to come to our city and do business. And I'm not a business person. I don't know. I can imagine how hard this is for folks. And that, seeing what's been going on in our city and seeing businesses fall apart left and right concerns me. And if there's something that we can do, including just a small continuance to allow someone the opportunity to make a change, that would weigh on my conscience a lot better than just pulling the plug. Even though this is not a case where it's the first time we've seen a problem. This has been ongoing, I understand. But I think that if we have the opportunity to use this platform to provide time, which is a support, I think we could do that.
Madam Mayor? I appreciate the city attorney's recommendation of just postponing this for 90 days. I'd be comfortable with that. I echo Mayor Pro Tem Orozco's comments. And I'm with you on, yes, Dr. Early, I hear that as well. I come from this as the thought of we have some ownership changes, and I believe our woman-owned business is ready to step up to the plate, and I'd like to give her an opportunity to make right the items she can with the payment. And so I'd like to give that 90-day opportunity with just a postponement. Wasn't the technical term, but.
Okay, I had some questions. In the cannabis industry here in West Sac, what percentage are women owners?
Don't have that information, but we can follow up and get that.
Okay, and I guess my next question is, of the slots that we have opened, if we went with your recommendation, do we have slots? I guess that's another thing I'm trying to figure out. Do we only have so many businesses that we allow to operate this way? And would that open up an opportunity for someone else? Or can another business open up if an application was made? Can you explain that to us?
Certainly. So for cannabis distribution, we don't have a cap. They're allowed in certain areas of the city. We require a conditional use permit and development agreement. We're open for applications on cannabis distribution, indoor cultivation, testing. So there is no cap. If for whatever reason this business were to move out of the space, it should be fairly turnkey for another distribution company to come in. But we don't have a cap on how many.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the equity piece. That was a big concern for a lot of us. I was a business owner, owned a bail bonds. That was a male-dominated industry, and it was tough. They did everything in their power, competitors, to make sure that I would fail. I think we're unique because we do have 5 women here. Many of us have probably owned businesses or know close family members that have. And I'm willing to go with the 90-day extension. Sometimes things can turn around for the weirdest reasons and miracles, if you want to call them. I don't think it's going to hurt us to do a 90-day extension on this. I think we do have to have 90 days be it. I mean, if they can't come up with at least a good portion of that revenue, I wouldn't vote to keep it open any longer. I mean, I would go with the recommendation after that, but I guess the rest of the board seems to agree 90 days would be okay.
So I just had a chance to speak with a couple of the representatives prior to this item coming up, and I did have a lot of questions. I also had some concerns with some of the failures, because here in West Sacramento, if you don't have things locked properly or you don't have records showing who's accessing the cannabis, and you're constantly failing to perform, it seeps into our public safety system. And that's where I am concerned with the vulnerability it places on our entire community as a public safety concern. And I remember reviewing the process for a developer agreement for our first distribution facility, where we worked closely with, with police and our police officers. And so I do know that they are very careful and have a significant amount of expertise in this area. And so when I read this, I've seen and heard stories about, cannabis being, the thefts that occur. And if our police officers are put in harm's way because the locks are insufficient, the security is insufficient, then I think for me, that drew the line. That, for me, that's a significant area that I'd like to see scaled up as I take a look at, all the different issues and who is accessing the facility and the logs. Because, I don't know, exactly, based on what we require of you and all the manpower that you put behind this and our contractor, HDL, if the owner is not providing the resource, and agree with the city attorney in this one here, that, we put a lot of what we are trusting you to be able to be vigilant over this, and we don't want to present just the way it looks to the, to future cannabis industry, that we're going to take this lightly, because we don't. And I don't think any of my colleagues do here. But for me, I do want to see some of the public safety issues taken care of. If we're going to give a 90-day time, I don't know how that'll happen, if they've had quite a few months to address this in the past. And I see David Arguello as a co-owner, so is there two owners? Is it one a female and one is a male?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay.
So Mr. Argudo submitted an application about a year ago
Argudo,
for
yes.
the assignment of the development agreement to include him as a part owner. That has not been approved yet. But yes, there are two, our understanding is there are
That
two.
hasn't been approved
Yeah.
yet. Okay, and so what is the status of approving that? Would that be a part of the 90-day process?
We held off approving that until the inspection came back. We were looking for, basically looking for, make sure the business was operating as it should be. And due to the inspection results, that got pushed back and held off. So if the council, if the owner, the business owners provide their payment and they can cure all the defaults that they can, and if the council is amenable to the ownership change, that is something that we can process once the payment, once we receive the payment. And one other thing to note about the safety and security plan, HDL does a very detailed, thorough job of walking through the site. As you can see through this and the report they've written, it shows that what we've set up with this development agreement is working. There are annual inspections. So if there are any issues with the safety and security plan, or the video footage or the monitoring of the site, or the visitor logs, anything like that, they are fixed. The HTL gives them the report, and then typically the business owner will fix it very quickly. So I just wanted to note that the process is working, that council has set up through these development agreements and the annual inspections. The process is working.
I believe that the process is working, and I do think we had other cannabis distribution facilities here that was doing a good job in the past, and I just want to, just say that, they have been successful here. And so to the extent that, if we have some gaps in providing technical assistance for minority or women-owned businesses, could we take a look at that as well?
Certainly, yeah.
Maybe some lessons learned from this experience. Okay, I think we will ask for some guidance from the city attorney for amendment on this recommendation, because I don't see an item 3 here.
Or from the city manager, if you're okay with that.
Sure, we can work with you.
So what we recommend is just to continue the item to a date uncertain, essentially give the party till the end of the calendar year, which is effectively the 90-day deadline to cure. If they don't, we would be back in the first meeting in January. This item.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I just have one more question. Is this an additional workload for staff?
I think in the sense that Seamus and the rest of the team will have to, stay on this to verify that the party is getting to a cure with the defaults, then yes. I don't want to overplay the significance of that workload. It's really just giving them a chance and us responding to it. But also, I just want to emphasize, I think the point the city attorney made, and Seamus did a great job of just kind of explaining the process. We do take these very seriously, and we want to, keep it that way, where we have other operators that could fall in the same position. We don't want this to become the expectation for everyone that the city will be open to this extra leniency. So just want to emphasize that point.
Fair.
Right, so with that recommendation, we'll keep, is it okay to keep it on the consent with the rest of the items? Or should we take a separate action on this?
I think we want to articulate specifically what we're doing here. We're continuing this to a date uncertain. I'm suggesting that there is a requirement that they bring any default that is curable into compliance. So they cure any default that can be cured by the end of the calendar year,
Okay.
and that they continue to meet all their obligations during the intervening time. So we can't have a situation where their manifests are out of line again, or they allow their security condition to deteriorate. It needs to be, I think, my suggestion would be, you want to make it clear to them that it's not just paying the bill, it's keeping everything running the way it's supposed to be running from now until that period ends.
I'm sorry, was there a timeline?
I think we were talking about in terms of curing, so basically paying, that would be the end of the calendar year. And then I think that the point of, rather than continue it to a date certain, is that gives a little bit of flexibility to staff to decide when it's ready to come back to council. It might be a meeting in January. It could be that for reasons that are not necessarily foreseeable today, it might not be until February that it comes back.
Okay, so I will add this, this is not on the consent, I'll pull it out of the consent and then say all of that and then take a vote. Is that okay? Is that good?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
when would you like to take public comment on this item?
After all the items in the consent.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next is item 12, which I brought up. Hey, Tracy. Tracy, I just congratulations on your new role as our Economic Development and Housing Department Director. I just want to say welcome to this.
Thank
new
you,
role.
Mayor.
I think this is your first time presenting. It's exciting. Here you are. This opportunity that you're bringing before us on Club Pheasant. And I'm really excited about the future of that site and what's to come. We have, I think, a lot of interested parties, which once this item was on the agenda, some questions came up. And one of the questions, if you could just answer for the public, is the commission. If, because we purchased it and we intend on selling it, and then the commission that comes out of that for this Turton, and then a realtor who comes in and contributes. So can you help explain that a little bit?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So the contract with Turton to provide consultant services for the city is actually not a commission, it's a fee-for-services contract. It's informed by a traditional type of commission formula, but it is a fee-for-services. So it's not a commission, it's a contract fee for services. But part of the process will be requesting offers from developers and their team members, including operators. And if that team includes a broker or agent as part of their team, a commission for that broker or agent will be factored into their financial proposal.
And who pays the commission? Is that coming out of our proceeds from the sale, or is it coming out of the purchaser from that?
It really could just depend on the financial proposal for each team.
Okay.
So what we're going to be looking for are concepts, but also purchase price. And that purchase price will reflect the financials of the project. So, so it will, in essence, be reflected in the purchase price.
Okay. All right, that ends my questions. Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Alcala.
I do have a question. JPA commercial was 75,000, Turton was 100,000.
Yes.
What other measures did you use?
to evaluate.
Right, because normally we go with lowest bid, which I had a problem with, but.
Right, yes. So for
No,
this,
not on a professional services contract.
No, okay.
We normally don't.
On something like that, okay.
Right, on a
Okay.
public works contract, absolutely, we go
Right.
with lowest bid, so
Okay,
just, that's
so-
important.
So why do we
Yeah.
go with them? Do we have previous
we
business
were
with
looking
them?
for experience, a track record of experience in this type of project, retail, restaurant, mixed use, and urban infill. And Turton had by far the most experience, not only representing local government agencies going through similar processes, but also in actually completing real estate transactions that included restaurants, retail, mixed use. And there's a long list of their projects in the exhibit. So it was about value, and it was about experience and their approach to the project. And I did also reach out to the other jurisdictions that Turton has worked with, and they all said the same thing, that they believe that they got tremendous access to marketing and contacts with operators and developers, and very successful projects.
Councilmember Sulpicio-Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just mention, this project sits in District 4, recently gave an update on social media about this project and asked for some community feedback. The community is really excited about this space, and we're not involved in the ranking process, but when the name Turton came to the table, I was very excited. It was great to see Kimio's name in the proposal. I'm a huge fan of your work in Sacramento. He's the owner and operator of several very successful restaurants and bars, and I think the team and your expertise is just going to be wonderful for the community. And so I look forward to us moving forward in this process, giving an opportunity for the community to engage in some aspects to share their thoughts, and then we'll see what the next iteration of the Pheasant Club looks like. So thank you for all your work on this, Tracy.
Could we actually have an opportunity, I didn't realize Turton was here, to actually hear from them? I figured you came for a reason.
Oh, we can do that at a public comment after.
Sure.
That'll be fine. If he'd like to speak, that'll be fine.
I wasn't going to ask him to pontificate. I was actually going to ask, although maybe, I was interested in just your ideas, why potentially you went for this. What are, as you're thinking through this plan, if it were to get approved, what are some of the exciting things that you have potentially planned to make this a success?
Well, I will say that we get a lot of interest, I get a lot of interest almost daily on this project from potential businesses, local businesses that have ideas that they're not quite ready to share, haven't been made public yet, as we haven't launched into our RFP process. So I think I'm happy to introduce Ken and Kimio, but their approach that's in their exhibit includes really honoring the legacy that Club Pheasant has for the property. They have projects that really focus on longevity, track record of delivering with the teams, creating a gathering space on the property, and really strong design. That's a significant location, one of our most significant retail locations, and as such, the design should reflect that. And in all of their projects, there's great graphics in their exhibit. I think that's a reflection of the collaboration that they have with a lot of developers and operators in creating good design in infill areas. But I would like to go ahead and introduce Ken and Kimio just briefly. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure how much they can really say at this stage in the process, but love to introduce them.
Say what you feel comfortable saying.
Actually, I'm trying to get to public comment at some point, which is everybody else that's waiting in line.
I'm Ken Turton from Turton Commercial, and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Really, it's an honor to work for the City of West Sacramento, and every city we get to work for. We're a very passionate group. We like to, of course, do real estate transactions in general, but I think we're most salient about doing the transactions that really help our communities. And so we value our relationships with our public agencies and also with our cities and counties, and to be to really be a partner with them to achieve their objectives, and also reach fair economic terms for the people that are actually going to be doing the development. So there's skin in the game, good skin in the game, so the projects get done, but they don't just get done. They don't just get completed. They actually add an important part to the fabric of the community, especially when they involve historical properties like Club Pheasant. So I've spent a few, lunches at the Club Pheasant back in my days at CBRE when I was a senior vice president before starting Turton Commercial, and then even after Turton Commercial. So I have an affection for the property, and we're really, really excited to do some special things with this particular property. And Kimio's a perfect person to have on the team. He's the one who really pursued this endeavor, and we've been wanting to establish a relationship with the city of West Sacramento for a long time. We're very bullish on West Sacramento. We've been fortunate to do some great things in the city of Sacramento, but we think the potential for West Sacramento is every bit as good, or if not better. So we're really excited about it.
It's just echoing what Ken said. Yeah, the opportunity is incredible. We appreciate it. And I think what's really most inspiring is the opportunity to find the future of such an iconic site. And honestly, I have a number of friends that have moved to the area, especially Lake Washington. It's grown so rapidly, and there seems to be a lack of options for a community gathering place. And yeah, we look forward to potentially remedying that.
Thank you for picking us. And yeah, we won't let you down.
Is everybody done? All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, we are trying to keep public comment open for after because we rejected another opportunity for public comment. So I'm trying to provide some equity for this space. And we didn't start the timer. We allowed them to speak as long as they like. So I also want to note that we want to make sure that everybody is given that 3 minutes of time.
I'm sorry, I didn't think that was public comment. I was asking them I think that was my misunderstanding. I didn't realize that was considered public comment. I didn't know that.
I didn't know there was a question for them. That's why. I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand?
Yeah, it was a question. No,
Oh, okay.
I felt like yes,
Okay.
it was a question.
It was a question. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Any other comment about this item? Nope. All right. Next is item 16. And item 16 is related to awarding the contract for the tennis court and drainage. Okay, thank you so much for exchanging, questions and answers from earlier today. I have a bid advisory we received, that all of us received, from the Foundation of Fair Contracting, in which B&M was awarded a contract earlier for the North River Walk. And I did not vote for that back then because there was a history of failing to pay fair wages. And so with that history, I was really concerned about this contractor. And today, it's not so much associated with the work and the quality about this particular contractor, which is why I will support this, because I don't see anything to not support it. But under the bid advisory, there is an obligation that we need to comply with responding to that. And for that, I'd like to make sure, because I think I was pretty clear that I'd like to see that whatever contractor that is awarded a contract using our public funds is monitored very closely, because especially of the history with B&M. And so I understand that you did give them the daily log because they went over the number of days. And under the daily log, is there such a thing? Because I didn't get a response from the email earlier today.
Correct. So in the bid advisory, it advised that the contract for the North River Walk Extension project was over the allotted days. However, that project was put on pause, and those allotted days were added due to change orders and a and an issue that was having with PG&E, so outside the contractor's control. So they are
that's right.
fully compliant and within the working days of the contract. So that was provided back.
I did take a look at what was provided, and I sent that to you, and I think it was a tally of everything, but I think there was an assumption that there was rain that happened, which contributed to 40 days. Or I'm not sure what the time frame was, but I read it was about 40 days that was attributed to the additional time needed to complete the project.
That is correct. So that was on the summary of working days. Each additional daily log that they requested, that would be part of the PRA that they had with the city. So we'll be providing that information. How that's collected is in the beginning of the work day. If it's a rain day, that's documented by the inspector. It's a documented process. So we're gathering all that information for them. However, as far as overall on the project, as work days go, they're all fully compliant.
Okay. Could you be able to provide the daily log to FFC as they requested, or is that something you don't think they need?
Yes, that could be provided. I mean, further daily logs in the PRA, that could be provided. That just has to be gathered.
It has to be gathered. Is it a lot of work to gather that?
I'd have to check with staff. That was not my particular project, but it would be
Oh, it
a
wasn't.
few days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can provide that. They are still, would like to, they are still waiting for that information.
We
And
would
that was
typically
very
provide that as part of a Public Records Act request, so they should
PRA?
be going through that process.
Is this letter is the letter that they sent back a while back not a PRA request?
They did have a PRA out, so that's currently out right now. The response to that PRA was more logs, so that's what we're providing right now.
Okay, so I think that
Okay,
they
yeah, I
fulfill
wasn't
that
aware that there was already
yeah.
a, yeah, my
No,
point
they have
is,
been.
my point is that sort of information is typically provided through a PRA.
Okay, thank you. And then the change orders adds up to about $210,000, which is about 14 of them altogether, I think. Is there, you mentioned that that not all of it was something the city had paid for. Is there amount on how much the city paid for? Because I couldn't parse out how much that was.
So with the change order, there's sometimes no cost change orders. It's just days that are added because we're adding more work. It necessarily doesn't, monetary value to it. Some of those were no cost change orders
I see.
to that. So that's what I was referring to. However, for the item that's on the agenda tonight for the recreation court, the tennis courts at the recreation center, staff felt that going through all these items that were brought to our attention through the letter from the FFC, that B&M was compliant with all of these additional asks. We also looked at their contractor's license, their DIR. Typically what we do, and we did that in the past, and we have a third-party labor compliance on this project, just like we did on the North River Walk Trail Extension project, so we felt comfortable with moving forward.
Okay. Okay, well, I appreciate you taking the time to look into the FFC request. And I did respond to what they were looking for. If we can work on providing that response in the time that, under a PRA notification within that time frame.
Yes, we will.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to comment that in all the time that I've been on the council, I've heard a lot of feedback about the tennis courts, folks that really want to avail themselves of the opportunity to enjoy it. And I understand that there is a very narrow construction window. If we don't get this done, we won't have it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there is a very narrow construction window. The tennis court's also shared with the Washington Unified School District. There's a very tight window within time that we can only get this project done. So if we do not approve it tonight, we would have to bid it out again in the upcoming year.
In a year, so that it would be without this amenity, the lighting on the tennis courts, for over a year.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Early.
You bring up actually a really good point with the fact that we do share the space with the school district. Are we splitting costs with them in any way? Like
So
half-seas?
The only cost sharing on this for the school district, so when that was brought up, since the school district doesn't utilize the court at night, they wouldn't be chipping in for this. For previous projects, such as the resurfacing, they use the courts, so they chipped in on that. On this project, there's a drainage element, and then they will be paying half for that.
Okay. And so is the thought that even though they don't use it at night, because again, they can't use it at night. I mean, to be fair. Once the lights are on, we're also figuring that they're just not going to use them.
Correct. I would refer back to the Parks and Rec Department for like further elaboration on if they use it, what that would look like, but there would have to be an agreement upon that.
Before you transition, I think there was another question before you transition, we'll go ahead and finish.
Oh, no. Yeah,
Because you did bring up another good point.
Tell me what I brought up.
The school district is paying for it, and did the school district review the approved contract?
No, I didn't bring up that.
No, you didn't bring it up, but that's what came in my mind when you said it.
Oh, okay. I was like, did I say that?
Again, the portion the school district is paying for, what they're not paying for, it's my understanding it's a very minor portion of the
Yeah, it's a
project.
minor portion that they're paying for. So on this contract, they're just paying for $30,000, which is a lot to do. And Chris Sarowski here has more details on that, or programming element.
It still doesn't answer my question. Have they reviewed who the contractor is?
Have they approved the contract or reviewed it? Yes, they
Yes.
have
Okay,
reviewed.
good. All right.
And then they require their own DSA inspector on here, who is also on this project.
Okay, good. Councilmember Early, I think had some questions for you. You're bringing them all up, Councilmember Early?
No, I did not have any further questions. If you have questions for me, sure. But I don't have any questions. I am
Okay.
having significant back pain right now, though.
Oh, sorry.
All right, anything else?
I do have a question about the timeline, notification for those that use the tennis court. How can we publicize that it'll be closed, or will it not be closed? I mean, just access to the tennis courts. What
Yeah,
does
right
that-
now, we're working on that with the school district. One of the areas that we have to close down is the front area of parking right up against perpendicular to the entrance to the building. We have to redo the ADA spots, so we're working with the school district to reserve some of the spots that their administration uses for parking. We're also sending out flyers. We'll contact all the pass holders. So we're working through that right now.
Okay,
In
good.
the school, we had a meeting with the school on site, and we have already discussed how we're going to route the students to school. And our major work out front, we're really scheduling, trying to do it during the week of Thanksgiving when no students are present.
Okay, that's good to know. And just to go back to Jay, on a comment Mayor Pro Tem Orozco raised, the rationale for these questions is prior to these contracts that you're asking for us to approve, the Foundation for Fair Contracting really takes a look at responsible bidders. And that's why I take this process very seriously, because these are our public dollars. And when we have a contractor that we're asking to be approved who extended the length of time that they did to complete the project, and if that length of time is extended, they do owe us money back, and that they were waived, and that was part of for the reasons that you described. There was legitimate reasons out of their control, and it's being further assessed by the Foundation for Fair Contracting, which they like the opportunity to assess, and that's their job, delegated to them by the state of California, to make sure that these things get done properly. And also, in taking a look at, the additional, expenses, so that again, they're making sure that all these things get done. And so when we have a request, we trust that you are presenting to us a responsible bidder for us to approve. And that's what the point of these questions are. When I see the Foundation for Fair Contracting come up with a bid advisory notifying us that, hey, there are a lot of outstanding items here, either you postpone it or you give us more information so we can give you an assessment. I take that seriously. So that's the point.
Is there anything in, other than the bid advisory, which I'm sure we get bid advisories quite frequently, but is there anything that substantiates what has been presented? I haven't heard anything else that would suggest that they're an irresponsible bidder, and would want to ask staff if there's some problem that you found that was raised based on your research and diligence in choosing this contractor.
No, there was nothing that came up with that. And then as mentioned previously, our history with them was just completing a project. We didn't have anything come up in that project with them regarding these issues. So that's what made us feel more comfortable with moving forward.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question?
Councilmember Zapizio.
So, the bid advisory, the claims of wage theft and noncompliance, absolutely unsupportive of that type of business happening in our community. We absolutely do not want that. I just want to confirm what I heard you say, that this B&M Builders has completed our project, our North Riverwalk extension, and we've followed the project closely, and there's no evidence, and they're not bad actors. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right. I think I'm all done. Okay, thank you. And
Madam
with
Mayor,
that-
if I can make one brief comment,
Oh,
I'm
sure,
sorry.
go ahead.
I just want to make sure that everybody understands your opportunity tonight is to award a bid or not award a bid based on whether or not this is a responsive low bidder. If you want to get into questions of responsibility, there's an entire process that has to be used that includes due process for the bidder. So while questions are fine, you are not in a position to make a determination based on responsibility, because that requires a much more formal process to do a responsibility hearing.
And that's what the staff does, which is why when you present one to us, we trust that you've done that process. That's what I've said. All right. With that, I will open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk?
Our first request to speak is on consent agenda item 9, and it's Alfred Melbourne.
I'm just going to start off with wow, wow, wow. I'm really surprised that you all are considering to allow it to ride, setting a very bad example for what you guys are about to make some decisions on later tonight. I think that whether it's women of owned, color owned, it doesn't matter, that there has to be rules that have to be met. And the fact that you guys are willing to overlook these and let that slide is setting a very bad example. So consent 9 is to terminate the contract with Gold Mountain or not? I just want to...
No, it's Rivers.
No? Where are we at here?
11.
I'm sorry.
You're commenting on 9.
Okay, let me get this correct then. Because I'll get back where we're supposed to be at 9. Oh, no. That's the wrong one that I had marked down. Excuse me, I put that wrong. So I definitely don't want to comment on that. I want to comment on that. Anyways, that's my comments on that.
Can you come back to the podium so that the public can hear? And you can comment on anything, and you have 3 minutes for each item you want to comment on. So just say the number, and
Yeah.
then you have 3 minutes.
I apologize for that. I definitely,
If you want to just reference what the item was.
It's item number 11.
I apologize. So item 11 is what I'm commenting on.
Okay.
And so the time can stay running because the position is still going to be the same, that it's setting a very bad example for this whole process that you guys are going to be engaging in. If there's a way that we're supposed to be doing things, the whole discussion around equity and cannabis and doing things right, personally, we would have been held to, we would have been breaking the law, and we would have been in jail, for not adhering to the law, right? And these are the rules that are being set forward. So that's going to be my position, and I'm in disagreement with it. Apologize for making the mistake on the number. You guys get where I was coming from, right? So, but
So just to clarify what your position is, you disagree with the 90-day extension?
I disagree with the 90 days. I think if there's a way that's supposed to be doing things, it's very clear that they were out of compliance the whole time. And we have to hold everyone to the highest esteem and regard when it comes to these type of situations. Because if we allow one thing to go, then you might as well just open the door and let it all fall out. So that's going to be the position. And whether it's a women-owned then or now, we're trying to play this little game, whether, to fit into these little windows. I think that whether it's money involved, that we need to get the money out of it and really see just what the rules are. And the rules are pretty clear. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on item number 11 is David Argudo.
Hello, Mr. Argudo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilwomen. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for,
Councilmember Argudo, sorry, you're council member, correct?
I am a council member as well, but a business owner here in the city of West Sacramento. I want to first thank Seamus for acknowledging that we had been compliant when we did the compliance audit. We, within the timeline that it was set, we were compliant to that. So thank you, Seamus. One thing that I think that is occurring here is there's a communication gap between the city and HDL. For example, how is it that we have a notice of default sent out prior to having a completed audit? A compliance audit wasn't completed until after the notice of default went out. The financial audit was not completed till after it came out. As a matter of fact, on July 3rd, I submitted everything that they wanted us to comply with when it came to a compliance audit. When on July 24th, the financial audit was complete, I CC'd everybody that was in there, and I remember one of the employees from the city of West Sacramento was Roberta. I don't know what position she has, but that name kind of stays in my head. She was included in that. I think Amanda was included in that, and my responses were there. And there were pictures that showed that we had video surveillance of more than 90 days. The only reason our video surveillance system has never deteriorated. Once we passed the security plan and got approved it by the city, Lieutenant Steele came and wanted additional cameras. Our system was set up for 28 cameras. Now we have more than 28 cameras. We had to scrap the whole system and get a system that would accommodate more cameras. To this date, we still have that system there, inoperable. So if somebody wanted to see whether or not we had footage from way back, we still had that. The things that were not curable were things that were done by the previous owner. I requested over 20 months ago to do a development agreement amendment. We didn't get this audit till December 13th. And it took 9 months to do this audit. We provided voluminous amounts of stuff. We were compliant. And then we also argued the point that why are we paying 2.5% for sales that are occurring in Nevada County while we're just holding the product as storage in the distribution facility, but the sale involves. Madam Mayor, I'm going to request a couple more minutes if that's possible, being that the other people got to speak on their items openly. And
we didn't ask, and I try to make that point clear, and it was because we had a councilwoman who wanted to ask questions for clarification. So if you can wrap it up?
Yes. Well, when
we don't have questions for you. I think you have an additional 90 days already.
No, I understand, but.
And then if you'd like to speak with the council members separately, you have that opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, so I will wrap it up. I believe that by buying this project by a previous employee that retired from here from the city of West Sacramento, and the threats that he's given, that he has people in staff that have his ear, I think it's using that as a threat to try and intimidate us. It's not fair. I want to go on the record on that, because I came here to help Ariana Tibbet on the day that she was being bullied out of here. And I am also a veteran and served in the military. So I really appreciate the time, and thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify, are we voting on the extension?
Yes, it'll be taken up separately.
Okay,
that
so we are
can
going to
provide the
vote on it.
clarification on what we're doing.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Our next speaker on item number 11 is Ariana Tibbetts.
Hi. Okay, so really quick. Does my time start? Because I think I might cry. Okay. I'm really emotional right now. I think it's because I'm going out of my mind with my kids and stuff. There's only 5 distribution companies, women-owned in California, none in West Sacramento. I'm the only one here to answer your question about how many. Yeah. Dang it. Sorry. We were handed a really big mess, and we tried really hard, and we're trying really hard to fix it. It's been one hell of a ride. I wrote this whole thing talking to my phone on the way here, so it might be funny. I'll try and pre-read so there's no weird stuff. Sorry, I meant to say good evening, councilwomen and mayor. My name's Ariana Tibbetts. I started this journey almost 7 years ago. I sent you guys a letter giving you some more detail into my experience, but since my time is limited, 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Okay, we have endured every single hurdle and survived it. We have put in so much energy, money, and love. Sorry. Dang it. I have so... Sorry, guys. I have sold my only asset to ensure to keep this going and keep it alive. It's a lot of money. It's so much money to pay the exorbitant rent fees from 2017 in the cannabis industry for an empty building. It's like our burn rate is close to $12,000 a month. It's a lot of money. I started this business to help the small farmers of California, and my intention has always been pure and true. I wanted to make sure that there was a small distribution company that looked out for the best interest of the small businesses in cannabis. I sat on the board of the CDA. I actually helped create it. I've been involved in the writing of the regulations and helpful in every possible place I could be to make sure that I had a seat at the table. I took this risk almost 7 years ago, and it's been one hell of a fight. We've made it through. We've made it through all of the hurdles of the pandemic, me having a baby, teaching homeschool for 2 strong-willed, feisty, non-cooperative boys. They sucked at homeschool. I felt like the game Frogger, where you're trying to cross the road and get to the other side, and there's just one car after the next trying to take you out. 5 seconds. We made it. We made it here. We're finally free of being entangled with all the wrong people, making all their false promises, and it's back to just me and David. We're scraping together, getting up and going, and have the support of many people. We promise to be a unique fixture in this community and bring in revenue while supporting the small family-owned businesses that this industry was founded upon. So I'm here to ask you tonight, please don't take away this opportunity for not only myself, but all the small businesses that we are here to support. I just want to cross the road. Thanks. Sorry, I was crying.
Item number 11, Rich Miller.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing. I'm here on behalf of Ariana Tidbits. I've known her for 10 years. I know she's always been a good person and always done the best thing to move this industry forward. As you know, this industry's been very difficult. It's hurdles that most people couldn't even jump through in a normal business. But the excess taxation, the hurdles that you have to go through, and the opportunities aren't always there where you have to work hard to get to where you are today. It took her almost 7 years. She sold her home to move forward for this business. So I don't want you to think of it lightly. She's taken over a mess of some owners that left her in a bad position, as well as employees make mistakes. I can tell you, of having helped a number of business owners set up cannabis businesses, it's not easy. And it's often easy to overlook something and to have an employee make a mistake that costs you hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've seen it happen a number of times. So that being said, I think moving forward, we got to look at what's most responsible, not only for the city, but for the business that has invested 7 years into this venture. When I came in here, I looked at the supporting statements, and it said that the business was neglected at $11,000. But then when I hear the speakers talk about all the charges that were additional, it came up to $33. I think if we put a 90-day period on this, I think we're setting the business owner up for failure. I think what we should do is put a 90-day to get a number of as much money in the bank as possible and then work out a payment plan to move forward. So this business owner can stay in operation to help those small businesses, especially here in Yolo County, where we have very few distribution companies, as well as very few that are working with legacy farmers. And it's very important that we support these legacy farmers, because these legacy farmers brought her forward here to this day, including women-owned businesses. So when you think about this, I think you need to look at preserving the future for not only the city and making sure you capture all that money, but all for their income. I thank you for your time.
Item number 11, Kimberly Cargill.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. I am here for another item, but I saw Ariana in the audience and talked to her and found out what was going on. And I just want to say that I am here tonight to put in a good word for her. I have known her for over a decade and sat with her on the board of the California Growers Association to advocate for environmental protections and pass regulations for cultivation here in California. I've also worked with her on some of the different, a team we formed for Nevada County to apply for a dispensary up there. She lives up there, and I sat as an advisor on that board. And so I worked with her for about a year, got to know her family. She's a very good person. She has actually a really good reputation in our industry of helping other people, often at her detriment. And this is one of those cases. She has taken on business issues that she did not create, but she is here to fix them in order to keep this company going, as it is everything that she has and everything she's put her life's work into. By giving her extension and a payment plan, it not only helps her, but it helps the city, because it'll give you the ability to get that money from her and money in the future from her that you will not get if her company goes bankrupt. So I think an extension and a payment plan would be a win-win situation for both of you. Thank you.
Our next request to speak is for item number 12, Alfred Melbourne.
Pheasant Club, right? Making sure. All right.
I wrote down that number. It's correct.
Thank you. So, yeah, Mayor and City Council, once again, I was really excited to see the potential for RFP coming out, and just really curious to know what it's going to be coined as, if it's going to be like a social equity program also, if there's going to be any way to support, I hate even saying the word, like BIPOC or women-owned, or is this just going to be something wide open for everybody to participate in? Just a lot of curiosities, because it's city money that's being spent, and a lot of money that's have been spent like this whole time to maintain the building, keep it, I guess, safe keeping throughout this whole process. I'm really interested that, like from the beginning, that the whole building was even purchased and designated a historic landmark, when I believe at the time we didn't even have a historic landmark policy. And if that's the case, then we should declare the VFW in Bright a historic landmark and start getting it some support to get it open, because that's a very big part of our community where we're at in the north area that we need to uplift and add a little bit of support. So my position has always been that, I mean, a lot of resources are being shifted that way, and I need you guys all to turn around and look this way for a little bit so that the north area can get the support that it needs. I know there's some workshops coming up when it comes to Sacramento Avenue. Great, we've been needing that for years. So we hope that that gets looked at. But as far as the Pheasant Club goes, that really excited to hear about it. I actually saw your post and shared it. It did get a lot of support, a lot of different ideas out there. We put forward an idea that would follow the model in Oakland called Understory, where it's a worker-owned restaurant that has several different chefs in there that provide their goods to the community, and has a lot of different opportunities for the XYZ I said earlier. So just really happy to see that this is moving forward, that folks hopefully in the city will get an opportunity to put some good applications in and reopen the Pheasant Club so that they could continue serving the great people in West Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. You make a good point. You can also consult with our Economic Development and Housing Director, Tracy Michael, if you'd like to connect on what's going, to stay connected with her on ideas of what's happening as we work together with Turton, moving forward, if that item is approved.
Our next request to speak is on item 23, Bob Schabert.
Good evening. I'll try to keep this brief. I'm glad to see that we're moving forward to, sorry about that.
There we go. Barely hear
I'm
you.
glad to see we're moving forward to adopt the budget for the 23-24 year with animal services. I'm on the board of directors of Unleashing the Possibilities. We're a 501c3 that works with the JPA and County Board of Supervisors for the development of our animal services in Yolo County. Noticeably absent in every one of our meetings is the representation from the city of West Sacramento. And I would ask the council to appoint somebody to represent the city of West Sacramento as we move forward with the development. We don't want to end up like Sacramento, where they've got a great program, but they can only answer 78% of their calls, where we're doing 100% over here for Yolo County. And every city is different for our needs. That's why representation from our city is very important at these meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no additional requests to speak on consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Close the public comment on the consent agenda, and I will ask, if you can help me to keep track, Madam Clerk, for items 4 through 24, I am pulling item number 9 and 11, so we'll take a vote from items 4 through 24, but not items 9 and 11. I'll accept a motion.
So moved.
You hear me?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, Councilmember Alcala moved and Councilmember Cepizio Ho seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Cepizio Hull.
Aye.
Councilmember Early.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. All right, those items are approved. Take a motion for item number 9.
Is that the one where I have to recuse
Yeah.
myself?
You have to recuse
I'm gonna
yourself.
go.
You have to leave?
Yeah.
Jeff?
They,
Does she have to leave?
yeah, they asked her to earlier.
Sorry, so Mr. City Attorney, does she have to leave? Okay, good.
Sorry about that. So we're talking about the language that we wanted to add for item.
Okay, we'll ask
No,
for your
9,
ideas.
this is the rivers.
We haven't
We're
had any
we're on number 9
discussion.
right now.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, did anybody, I'll ask for, we'll start with the motion again.
Early, okay.
Okay.
Early seconds.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Orozco moved and Councilmember Early seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hull.
Aye.
Councilmember Early.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. All right, that item is approved. We'll wait for Councilmember Alcala to come back.
Then we'll do it.
She's in the bathroom right there. Sorry.
Is that what she said? And we'll take up item number 11. Can I just read what I heard, and then we can start correcting from there? So we will, the action to, the motion to, we're asking for you to approve is to continue this item to a date uncertain, which will be close to the end of the calendar year, to bring any defaults, to cure any defaults, and that they continue to meet their obligations until this is completed. Is that helpful? Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, just the only part to clarify is the period to cure the defaults and maintain consistency with all the other requirements is through the end of the calendar year. Yes, it's continuing the item to a date uncertain, and I believe that's it.
Right. The only modification I'd say is be clear that we're asking them to cure any curable defaults by the end of calendar year 2023. Some of the defaults cannot be cured. There's some theory to do something with
Curable defaults. And so if they cannot cure some of them, they cannot, what happens?
you will have to make a decision when this comes back to you.
Oh, I see.
You will continue to have and the applicant should know, or the business should know, you would continue to have the right to terminate the development agreement based on the defaults that were not curable.
Okay, we all know. Is the motion clear?
I'm sorry, to cure the default and maintain the,
Cure the curable defaults.
Cure the curable.
Defaults, if I at least suggest.
During this
The
calendar year.
business must be operated during this period in full compliance with the requirements of state and local laws, the development agreement, and the conditional use permit. That would be my suggestion.
Did you get that?
got it.
And I can
great.
send that to you.
Okay, and I'll accept a motion for that. Okay,
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco moved, Councilmember Solis Yoho seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Early,
No.
Councilmember Acala,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco,
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. Okay, that item is approved. And we will next go to the proclamation of the City Council of the City of West Sacramento honoring the life and legacy of Yolo County Supervisor Gary Sandy. We have Mary Sandy here. Does she have the proclamation in hand? Okay, thank you. And I will read the proclamation. We would like to recognize your husband, Gary, the great work he's done. So I will read the proclamation. Whereas Supervisor Gary Sandy passed away unexpectedly on August 17th following complications from a courageous battle with liver cancer. And whereas at the time of his death, Supervisor Sandy was serving as Vice Chair of Yolo County Board of Supervisors, representing District 3, which includes much of the Bright and Broderick neighborhoods in West Sacramento. And whereas Supervisor Sandy, who was former Woodland Mayor, was elected to the Yolo County Board of Supervisors in 2018, serving as Chair of the Board in 2020, and had previously served in Woodland City Council, the Yuba County Community College Board, and the Yolo County Fair Board. And throughout his tenure on the Board of Supervisors and until the time of his death, Supervisor Sandy championed water conservation and worked to preserve native habitats and wetland ecosystems, serving as the board's representative to the Yolo County Water Resources Association and the Yolosa Basin Groundwater Agency. And where Supervisor Sandy was also a vocal supporter of improved technological infrastructure in the county, mental health resources in schools, ag land preservation, protecting air quality, addressing the issues of homelessness, and exploring avenues for economic development that are compatible with the community's values and way of life. And Supervisor Sandy brought to the board his pragmatism, compassion, and astute voice of wisdom as a dedicated public servant and community advocate. And Supervisor Sandy's leadership and commitment to fostering collaboration were instrumental in improving the quality of life for many West Sacramento residents and creating a stronger and more united Yolo County. And after decades of public service, Supervisor Sandy leaves behind a tremendous legacy of accomplishments, benefiting the residents of Yolo County and beyond, while his memory provides a lasting model of unselfish, thoughtful, and generous service to all who were fortunate enough to work with or around him. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of West Sacramento celebrates the life and accomplishments of Supervisor Gary Sandy and express its appreciation for his life of service. The City of West Sacramento extends its condolences to Supervisor Sandy's family and to his many friends for the profound loss that they have experienced, and proclaims its enduring gratitude for all that Supervisor Sandy has given to West Sacramento and to the greater Yolo County community. Thank you, Mary, for being here to receive this proclamation. And I'd like to open it up to my colleagues. We'll start off with Councilmember Early to express some words.
Hi, I'm so sorry for your loss. I attended the services, and your children and the way that they spoke about their father, I hope that my children say the same thing in regards to just the love that he had and dedication. I actually sat on the Yolo County Housing Authority with your husband. I'm still new. My council members like to say, my colleagues like to say, I'm not allowed to say I'm new anymore. But I will tell you that when I was running, and even once I got elected, your husband was always so kind to me. And he was the chair of our Yolo County Housing Authority, and he would always look over and make space for me. And every time I saw him at a Yolo County Children's Alliance event or anything like that, he would always make time to genuinely ask, hey, how are you doing? How's it going? How can I help? My kiddo goes to school in Broderick, and that is actually, that was Supervisor Sandy's area. And when our PTA would ask him to come and support, he always would. He always would. He didn't forget about us. I am so, so sorry for your loss. It is a loss for all of us, and I am truly, truly sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. I know you shared your husband with all the rest of us, and he was truly a gift to us all. I, like my colleagues, had the great opportunity of working with him. I sat with him on the Housing Authority and the Executive Commission on Homelessness. He chaired both. I will tell you that such an exceptional leader, someone who led with heart and spirit and soul, someone who believed in equity, who always looked for the downtrodden and tried to uplift them, all the vulnerable, the migrant farm workers, everybody who wasn't represented around the table was someone that was in his heart that he was there to represent. And it's just the truest type of leadership, not one that seeks attention or aggrandizement or approval, but one that's there a servant, right? And I got to say, each year I help put together a school supply drive and also something we call West Sac Kids Give Bags. Like we collect, personal hygiene products for people in need in the community. He always traveled over the causeway in order to make sure he showed up. So he's in all our pictures, and we're always so excited to see him because, he just carries such a beautiful element to everything he touches. And further, one of the first people that believed in the Downtown Streets team and helped me vocalize how important that program was to help homeless people experiencing homelessness escape from the cycle that they were trapped in and actually get job skills and find the way to homes and permanent jobs. And anyhow, I can go on and on and on. I too was at the service with a few of my colleagues. I think we all were probably there. But with that said, it was probably one of the most meaningful experiences. But I will say something. He has left a legacy that will continue to repeat itself for generations. It's not something that leaves when he passes. And that is something that not everybody can say. So thank you for supporting him and bringing him to all of us.
Mary, thank you. I served with Gary on the Yolo Solano Air Quality Management District. I also served with him on LAFCO. And actually, Gary was the one who nominated me to be the vice chair when I was on LAFCO. I remember campaigning for him. That's when I think I first met you also, when he came over. And not only did we campaign for him in the Broderick and Bright area, but we also went over to Woodland and campaigned for him there. It was great having Gary as our supervisor. I could always pick up the phone, he would answer. And if I had concerns, he would always make certain that, I got the answers that I needed. He was also one to pick up the phone, say, Norm, what do you think about this? And that was really important because I don't think I'd ever had a supervisor call me and ask what my opinion was on something. And I would let him know what our district, what constituents in our district thought about. I was very grateful to him that whenever we had an event like Dia de los Muertos, he would contribute financially. And he tried to be there when he could. We knew his health was not good, but he made certain that we had the finances we needed for those events, and he sent his staff, which was great. So, as I said, thank you so much for sharing him with us. He left a very, very, very strong impact on everyone he knew. Thank you.
Mary, thank you for being here tonight. I am so incredibly sorry for your family's loss. I'm not as eloquent as some of my colleagues, but I've known Gary since the early 2000s when I first worked at the chamber, and he's always been here. And he had this ability to always remember what was going on in my life, and he'd always check on my dad, and he'd ask me how my kids were doing, and he always made me feel so special. And at the memorial service, I realized he had this magical ability to do that with everyone, and that is a gift. And we were so blessed to have him representing West Sacramento and serving Yolo County. And yes, thank you for sharing him with us, because your role as his partner is a job in itself. And so thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for just your family's gift to the community, and we will always remember your husband.
City Manager, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, hi, Mary. On a personal note, I started my career with the City of Woodland in 2002. And Gary Sandy was one of the first people I met when I got there, and had a very memorable impact on my early career, just with everything really Verna just said. His ability to make you feel special, encourage you. He had that impact on me, and I know a lot of other people always remember that. My condolences. He was a great man. Thank you for being here.
Mary, again, thank you for being here today and accepting the proclamation. And on behalf of your entire family, and I just have to echo the same words that Councilmember Early here about your family and how beautiful, they shared their experiences of their father. I think he's gone too young for, it's been hard just to absorb this loss for us. Who he has been in our community is a giver and a compassionate person. Doesn't see it politically, sees it with heart, as in his vision of public service. A true leader that taught all of us how to be probably just the most caring and effective, inspiring leader here in our community. And I just recall, so many times where I did reach out to him during COVID, because he was the chair of the board at the time, very, very difficult time. And, he did all he could to bridge any gaps that there was inequity among different populations. And, the moment you raised this and elevated it to his attention, sometimes he'd say, well, I don't know what to do. And we would just brainstorm, or we would take a look at nonprofit organizations, and we do it together. We'd solve these things together, and that was just how humble he is, and genuinely interested in seeing our community thrive. And he has done, and just the contributions he made to Bright Park in financing what our vision is and seeing Bright Park grow. And just wish we had that opportunity to give him more credit, while he was here for that, because I think he truly deserved all that credit, because his heart was in that community. He spent any moment he could to celebrate with us during our moments of celebration, to give when we asked something from him, and to stand by us when, there were times when we just needed his presence to just give us hope. That leadership is there to give us the strength to move forward. So he has made a huge mark in our entire city. And we're so grateful for what you've done to allow for him to be our supervisor and for standing behind him as strong as you have. So thank you so much, Mary, for that. And you thank your family for us on our behalf. And would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I would, Mayor Guerrero and members of the council staff. You knew him well, and it's impossible to describe the level of pride that I have in him, and to hear all of your stories and your experiences. There's a through line for everyone. That's the man that I met in college. He was just a reporter on the student paper, and I was just a philosophy student. We shared a zoology class and dissected a frog together, and he dazzled me and he dazzled everyone. He just brought the sun and the warmth, and it was never anything but genuine. He loved the work of being on the Board of Supervisors. He loved the collaboration with you in West Sacramento. He was a strong believer that we are stronger together, and that none of us has a solution that can't be improved upon if we don't work on it together. So that was his way, and sharing him with the community. We took a lot of it for granted. He was just a regular guy who complained about, the mashed potatoes are dry or they're cold at Thanksgiving or whatever. But he truly was a great man. He truly was a great man. His personal motto was "like a lion," and I thank all of you for taking this time to share with me. I wish the rest of my family were here. They would be so deeply honored by your words and your experiences and by this resolution. So thank you. Much, much appreciated.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Would you like to take a picture with us?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, let's go down, take a photo.
Give you a stretch.
Rob, probably you too, huh? Next is item 25 under the public hearing, Economic Development and Housing. Mr. Huerta, our housing manager, will present on public hearing to consider adoption of Resolution 23-71, approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in an amount not to exceed $35 million to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, and development equipping of the 219 2-21 Fifth Street apartments. Mr. Huerta.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Guerrero and members of the council. I'm here this evening to request that the City Council conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of a jurisdiction in which a project that will be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. Redevelopment has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $35 million to help finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, development, and equipping of an 18-unit qualified residential project located at 219 221 Fifth Street in the Broderick neighborhood. 17 of the 18 units will be affordable to households at 30% of area median income, and one of the units will be an exempt manager unit. The project's design includes a 3-story apartment building fronting Fifth Street at the northeast corner of 5th and C Streets. In addition to the tax-exempt financing, the project was awarded low-income housing tax credits, an infill infrastructure grant from the State Department of Housing, and 17 project-based vouchers from Yolo County Housing. The City of West Sacramento is not approving any or providing any direct financing for this affordable housing development. The California Finance Authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of taxable and tax-exempt debt. It should be noted that the debt that will be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower. The city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the payment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not a loan or an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This will be a private loan between the borrower and their bank. Upon closing of the public hearing, staff recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution 23-21, approving the issuance of the bonds by the CMFA for the borrower for the development of 219-221 Fifth Street Apartments. This concludes my presentation. Staff, along with representatives from the developer and CMFA, are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Early?
So Raul, thank you so much. Man, you buried several leads. But thank you. You've given me lots to talk about. So I sit on the Yolo County Housing Authority, and this is one of our projects. I am super excited about this. One of the reasons why I'm excited about it is part of what led me here to West Sacramento was affordable housing. One of the things that this project is actually geared towards is single parent graduate students, right? So students who are pursuing their secondary degrees who also happen to be parents. Research shows that for graduate students who are also single parents, it takes them 14 years to finish their graduate degree because they are going to school but also having to work and pay their bills. One of the other really cool things about this project is that it's actually the first of its kind in the country. I don't know about you, but this is why I say West Sac, Best Sac, because we do stuff that other people don't do. And so I love that. And then the other cool thing is they're going to provide services. They're going to provide services like childcare. They are going to provide financial supportive services in regards to just financial coaching. And when there are times, and it happens to many of us, I can tell you as a graduate student myself, where sometimes you just can't make the rent because of life circumstances, they will provide rental assistance as well for those one-time situations. As you can tell, I'm extremely excited about all of the things that, the potential of this project, and just wanted to add just a couple of tidbits, Raul.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Just one, just real quick question. So the public knows, you said it was 30% of the median income. Can you tell us what that is?
So 30% of area median income is considered extremely low income. I don't have the income limits off the top of my head, but that's most projects, affordable housing projects target 50% and 60% of area median income. 30% is very deep targeting. And one of the reasons why they're able to do that is because of the 17 project-based vouchers that they received from the Yolo County Housing.
Thank you.
Raul, thank you so much for working on this project. I remember receiving a presentation from the individuals who had this concept in mind, and it looks like a number of partners participated in contributing to this particular project, and with the Yolo Housing Finance Authority. I do have a question about timeline, when the project will get started in construction and when we anticipate seeing it available for, whoever is interested, and the criteria is that currently in place yet? Who's going, how does somebody get into this housing?
Certainly. So I know that this TIFRA hearing was one of the last pieces to complete the financial aspect of the project. The building department is ready to issue building permits. And I think I may want to ask the developer to give us a more detailed timeline of when they anticipate to actually break ground and when they can anticipate the units to actually come on board.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you so much for having us tonight. Thank you. We'll plan on putting a shovel in the ground in the next month. So this is truly is our last step. We have a big closing happening on Friday and a notice to proceed shortly thereafter. So hopefully pulling a permit in the next week.
October 26th.
October 26th is our groundbreaking, yes, yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Look forward to it.
4 p.m. See you there.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor? I just want to just go back to Councilman Alcala's question about median income. I got you. So median income in Yolo County it's by household size, which is to put in perspective, for a household of 2, it's $91,200. That's the median income in Yolo County. For extremely low, which is 30% of that, it would be $25,200 annually.
Thank you, Aaron. I just think it's important when people are watching us
Right.
at City Council, we have some solid numbers for them.
And that's for 2. It scales up the larger the household size, but that puts it in perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say
Sure,
something?
go ahead.
So you are the owner of the organization?
Yes, this project has had many lives. I'm here with my husband and business partner, Michael. We're 2 young people who conceived of this project 4 years ago almost. And gosh, what an amazing journey with all of staff and council. And it has evolved so much. We never could have imagined that it would look like what it does today. We're so honored to be partnering with Raise the Bar, which will be providing supportive services. They are a nonprofit, and also Redevelopment, which is one of the largest and most reputable affordable housing developers in the country. So it is quite an amazing team, and certainly staff here is a huge part of that, and so is council, and so is YCH. I mean, the project-based vouchers are crucial to the execution of this concept, and we scoured the entire state of California looking for a housing authority that had not just vouchers available, but vouchers available to serve this population. And the city of West Sacramento and Yolo County Housing at large were the first to step up. So we're just super grateful.
Mayor, do you have a question? Good. Okay, Raul, thank you so much. That's fantastic.
Just stay up there with the project-based.
Yeah, just a real quick question. So how are we going to do outreach so that folks know about this? I know a lot of people in West Sac, sometimes they're 2 families sharing a home. How are we going to do this outreach? How are they going to find out about this?
Correct. So as council member noted, the project aims to target single-parent student households. So I would assume that there will be some targeted outreach that will be done. Typically, the developer will start doing the marketing on the project a few months before the project is complete. Emily, do you have any more information on?
Yes, there will be a site-based waiting list through Yolo County Housing and a referral process through Raise the Bar. So folks will go through the preference process and tenant selection according to the tenant selection plan that's approved by Yolo County Housing. So folks can reach out to Raise the Bar, to the property manager, to Yolo County Housing, to the city of West Sacramento, and there'll just be a site-based waiting list and folks will be selected off the list.
And will this list be in different languages?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Yeah.
And Councilmember Alcala, at least, and you can comment to this, whether this is, if I'm remembering this correctly or not, but you guys are partnering with Sac State, also community colleges and UC Davis, correct?
Yes, Raise the Bar will collaborate with a number of higher education institutions in the area. So they'll partner with those institutions to make sure that students in the area know about the program and understand that it's available, and that they're working hand in hand to make sure that students who are eligible, income eligible, and meeting the tenant selection plan criteria are aware of the project and know how to access the waiting list.
It truly is amazing. The number of students, including at UC Davis, who are unhoused has gone up exponentially, particularly after the pandemic, who are living in their cars or couch surfing or living in garages. And so this is so needed. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing to see the data. And, we worked on this project for quite a while before UC Davis actually in parallel, unknowns to us, is actually working on a study that studied just this topic and the statistics around it at UC Davis specifically. So it has been very exciting to see just the entire community come together around it.
My question is about the project-based voucher system and your experience with it. Can you share a little more about that?
Yes, so project-based vouchers cover rent up to a federally designated level. And so if you are income qualified and meeting the 30% AMI income qualification, your vouchers cover as much of your rent as they need to get to that federal level. So it helps us service our debt, this debt that we're approving here tonight, and covers the gap between what residents can pay and what we need to make the mortgage.
And could there be more work done at the federal level to acquire project-based vouchers here in West Sacramento?
So vouchers are administered through Yolo County Housing, and I would defer to Councilmember Early. I know that you sit on the board of ICH. I'm not an expert in the federal appropriations of vouchers. I do know that they're competitive.
They are.
So we actually just recently got approved to go above our number our cap basically for project-based vouchers here in Yolo County. So that's actually addressing some of this of what you're saying. But I would also say in regards to project-based vouchers, where it can become difficult, and not the project-based vouchers, just the vouchers overall that are different than emergency vouchers, is our ability to actually have a place to use them. So project-based vouchers are actually somewhat preferred because you have a place that it can get used versus giving someone a voucher that then they have to go find a place. And with the shortage of supply, it has been very, very difficult. And so the advocacy that we need at the federal level, and I know we go to DC and do this, is being able to give some more flexibility. And also HUD is 2 years behind on rental rates. And so as folks have come down from the Bay Area with their Bay Area salaries, our rents have gone up, but our voucher price, what they are allotted or allowed, has not kept up with that. And so that's been a very big challenge, which is why project-based vouchers are so key.
Very good. Thank you so much. All right. With that, I'll open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, any request to speak on this item?
We have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, I'll close the public comment. Any other comments, questions? I'll accept a motion to approve this item.
So moved by Early.
Second. And Councilmember Early moved, and Councilmember Acala seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicia Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Early.
Aye.
Councilmember Acala.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. This item is approved. Thank you so much for all your hard work on this. Appreciate it. Next is item 26 under Community Development. Is a public hearing and consideration of Resolution 23-70 approving the River 1 Phase 2 Development Project Design. And Mr. Laffey, you're back. Our senior planner, please present on this item.
Yes, this item before you tonight is to consider the design of a 95-unit multifamily residential project on the northwestern side of the River 1 project site, and that's the vacant property south of the Ziggurat Building and right next to Tower Bridge. This item is a public hearing pursuant to the terms of the development agreement. Typically, development project design doesn't come before the City Council. Usually it's just the Planning Commission, but because this is within the development agreement, we are here tonight. The city entered into a development agreement with the property owner in 2006, which provides vested rights for the property owner to develop the site in accordance with the terms of the development agreement. The River 1 site is entitled for up to 250,000 square feet of office space, 42,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space, and 150 multifamily residential units and a 300-room hotel. The City Council approved the first phase of River 1, which includes a 196-room hotel and 55 residential units back in 2019, leaving 95 units remaining that could be built on the site. So the development agreement requires City Council approval to find that the project is consistent with the collective standards of the development agreement, and that is the Washington District Specific Plan, the Plan Development Overlay 30, and the original environmental CEQA document. Staff have reviewed the proposed design and have found that it meets the basic development standards required per the collective standards, with one exception, and that exception is a 3rd Street frontage. The frontage along 3rd Street is not consistent with the Washington District Plan requirements of scaling it down to 36 feet and having a ground floor activating use like retail. So this project went before the Planning Commission about a month ago, and as part of their recommended action, or as part of their approval, recommending, they approved Resolution 23-2PC, recommending that the council approve the proposed design. And as a part of that approval, there was a minor deviation from the Washington District Specific Plan, deviating from those requirements. The rationale for that deviation is that really the entire site is activating. There's quite a lot of activation on the Riverwalk side. It's a hotel, has a restaurant on that side. And there's also a public alley on the northern side of River One, and there's a funded CIP project for that the developer is working with the city on, that would really bring pedestrians that are walking along 3rd Street into the site and over to the Riverwalk, where really a lot of that activation will be. And additionally, there's a recommended condition of approval for adding some place-making art along that northwestern corner of 3rd Street and the alley. So staff recommends the council move the recommended action tonight. This concludes my report. I look forward to your questions, and the applicant also has a presentation as well.
So with the applicant, if you can raise your hand, you also have an opportunity to speak with each of us individually if needed. Just for the interest of your project has been around for a while. We have some new council members here who are not familiar with the history. So with that, I think you have a presentation, but I'm just also suggesting that, if they have any specific questions, they can ask that as well. And so we can just start off with questions, and if you need the presentation, we can have that as well, or you can meet with them individually.
I'd like a quick presentation on the project, if that was planned.
No, it wasn't the plan, but they were available to do a presentation.
The applicant has a presentation prepared should the council wish to see a presentation.
I'd like to hear it, if others would as well. I am. If I'm in the minority, you can talk me out of it.
No, that's fine. You should hear it.
I'm not going to talk you out of anything, colleague.
If you would like to come up for a presentation. And we have Randy. Thank you, Randy.
Hi, Mayor and council members. This project's been a long time coming. Obviously, we were in front of the Planning Commission and Council back in 2019. So on behalf of Mark Friedman and the Teal family, we're happy to be in front of you again. If you want to go to the next slide, just to give you context, we can go through this quickly because you know where the site is, but obviously one of the best sites in the region at the entrance to both West Sac and Sacramento. Want to go to the next slide? Just for context, what was part of Phase 1 was the hotel on the south side on Tower Bridge Gateway, and a residential component of 55 condos on the north side with a common pool. Really built to be an urban resort, unlike kind of anything in the region, anything that's been built in the region. And as you can see there's a Phase 2 project. Our goal when we got this approved to start in summer of 20. Global pandemic got in the way a little bit. And oftentimes, sometimes delays make you look at projects again and see if you could do anything better or different. We really didn't find anything different we would do with the current Phase 1 project. There's a lot of indoor-outdoor space, a lot of activation, a lot of retail. There's a rooftop bar, there's a lobby, there's a market in the lobby, there's a coffee bar, there's a restaurant bar on the river that'll be run by the restaurant, and there's a second, that would be a third-party restaurant on the river. And in addition, all the green space you see in the middle is sort of public open green space that if someone was walking on the Riverwalk and wanted to walk into the project for lunch or coffee, there's a lot of activation. Just like if you're on a resort in Hawaii or Mexico, everything faces the beach here being the river and the view. Want to go to the next slide? These are just some renderings. I'll go through them very quickly just to give it context. There's some quotes on there from the Planning Commission and Council, some of which are probably from our current council. But this is the condos on the right with the hotel on the left with some beautiful second level function space that faces the city of Sacramento and the river. You want to go to the next slide? This is as you come off Tower Bridge Gateway, you would enter the site. All the parking and loading is underneath, so you don't see cars on the site. You drive into a valet, get dropped off at the hotel or the resident, or if you're going to a restaurant. Go to the next slide, please. And obviously, this tells you all about what this project would be for the region. There's really nothing else we've built in the region. When I was working at the Kings, we built the Kims and Sawyer and the condos above. Did very well at that, and that kind of market with a hotel and residential component really works well. And in the development world, you always want to one-up yourself, so this will outdo the Kimpton Sawyer and the condos. And as we were looking at this and changes in the demand dynamics for office space, we always thought phase 2 might be some component of office, which still could be in the future. But we decided, let's make it better and let's add a component of rental product in the back. So we added 95 units, and we worked with HRGA, who will quickly go over kind of the massing and the layout of the project for you, so you can see what it's going to be like. Thanks. And I'm here for any questions you have.
Good evening, council members. My name is Young Kim, principal architect in HRJ. We are based in Sacramento. Next slide. And next. So this is really the image is a little cut off. Thank you. Trying to show the overall overview. So this is going to be a complete River 1 district, including phase 1 and phase 2 we are applying. So 2 buildings close to Sacramento River is phase 1, and then further close to 3rd Street is phase 2 we are proposing today, and that's 95-unit apartment. So this is the kind of orientation of the building. As you can see, 3 buildings we consider as a one project as a whole. So next slide. And I'd like to show a little bit site plan diagram. I think a little hard to read, but I showed a lot of bubbles that represent really the program of the site. And level 1, phase 1 has a restaurant, lobby, coffee shop, rooftop, and those are all activities open to community with the green space. And then we design as all the neighborhood community walk down the 3rd Street and then walk to the river and then use the older facility. And then of course the apartment we're proposing as a main lobby with amenity at the central drop-off and the valet. So I think the red bubble is amenity and then green is public outdoor space. I think I'd like to just point it out. A lot of space is available. The next is a little hard to read, but we're showing basically all entire basement is connecting it, phase 1 and phase 2, and, controlled by the operation service. And there's a separation for residential phase 2 parking and phase 1 parking. And on the right, basically we're showing somehow building shape will be C-shaped, trying to receive a lot of south suns. Each unit has a lot of specific view to the neighbor of the West Sacramento, river view, 3rd Street view, and different view. So as you can see, there's no building has really backside, which really trying to respect each side has front building images, and we carefully design. So each side, any direction of the city, building read as a main facade. Thank you. And we would like to show this overall rendering. So this is more like arriving as a drop-off. On the right side, you glimpse of the hotel, and a little behind glimpse of apartment as a phase 1. And on the left is we're proposing phase 2 apartment. Thank you. And this is corner of the 3rd Street and then access to the north to the apartment. Again, like presented, each building has a unique facade and material, and emphasizing articulation with the color variation. Thank you. And this is a really direct view from the 3rd Street. And you can see the massing is stepping up. Each one has a unique unit characteristic. And then further behind, you can see the phase 1 hotel. I think this is general, really, the all the graphic images that we can perceive as phase 1 and 2. So I know already that there's more ideas and questions, so feel free to ask any questions, and we are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, we open to public comment. Are there any questions? Councilmember Alcala.
Yes. What is the average price of the condos?
Not disclosed yet. We don't have the average price of the condos. It'll be from the top prices in the region,
Market rate?
market rate.
Market rate. And they're going to be facing the river, which I'm assuming is going to be market rate, but rather expensive for most of the local folks.
The closest comp in the market would be the Sawyer Hotel, the condos that were built on the Sawyer. It's a unique project, a unique.
Can you tell me what that price is?
I think the Sawyer sold for about $950 a square foot, about on average.
How much?
If you look at current comps, if you just look at
I'm sorry.
real estate sites, probably about $950 a square foot.
950
to 1,000.
a square foot.
That's a comp. We won't price them until we build it and are able to hire a sales team to sell it.
Okay. So you're going to put these, and then there's going to be public access in front.
There'll be an upscale hotel with 199 rooms with a restaurant,
Right.
rooftop bar, lobby, coffee bar. We'd
That's
see an
wonderful, yeah.
what we see in
I
upscale
guess I'm just
hotel.
asking though, but how close to the river are they? I mean, we're going to have that nice walkway for the public, for anyone in West Sacramento who can come
You
and
want to
walk
put the
through there.
slide back up with the photo?
Yeah, you can put the
Just show
photo
it to
back
me.
up. The Riverwalk, based on the original project design that was approved, there's the Riverwalk, and then the project's set back for 53 feet from the
Oh,
Riverwalk.
okay.
So if you go back to the original rendering on the original project, kind of right, yeah,
There you go.
you can see on that site plan, there's that green space, which is part of the project site, but it's that green space to the east from the Riverwalk is about 53 feet.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way, I'm not sure if I introduced myself. I'm Randy Koss with President of Fulcrum Property.
And you mentioned office space?
We have entitlements as part of the development agreement for 250,000 square feet of office space. Office space is not in demand.
Right
No,
now?
I was going to say, with Zoom.
So part of
and
our
everything?
thinking a year ago was because of COVID, the project was delayed, but we always look at projects and see how we can make them better. We think adding the market rate rentals makes it a better project. It's phase 1 and phase 2. Our goal would be to build it at once, which what would remain is the southwest corner, which is about an acre, for a future development.
What's the average size of a condo? You said it's $950 a square foot. So what's the average
What's the average what?
length size of a condo?
They vary, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms.
So what in feet, in terms of feet, what are we looking at?
At the top of my head, 1 bedrooms are probably 800 square feet, 900 square feet. 2 bedrooms are 1,400 square feet on average, some bigger, smaller. It's a penthouse unit that's probably 3,500 square feet facing the city of Sacramento.
Thank you.
Comment or question?
You did fine. Every Roscoe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Koss, for coming and for providing that presentation on the spot per our request. As you mentioned, this has been a project that has been anticipated for quite some time. I know that Councilmember Early West and myself did the study mission back in San Diego, where we focused largely on the development of riverfront properties and the areas, and we are one of those areas in the region that has such an incredible untapped potential for developing our riverfront. This opportunity that you bring us is one of those amenities that will really bring people and community together, because you anticipate the folks that just get an opportunity to walk to their local coffee shop and enjoy the riverfront. I mean, knowing that, of course, they're not residents there necessarily, but even non-residents can go and enjoy some of the amenities that are being provided, quite like how they do with the Treehouse Cafe, which is right there in the area. But this is aligned with the long-term vision for the riverfront, and it's beautiful. I appreciate the renderings, and again, I can envision what this might do for that entire corridor once we, get what we envision out of the I Street Bridge conversion and folks walking in the Washington district and just enjoying this new piece of infrastructure that will really bring life to the area. I've also appreciated what Fulcrum has done with the Bridge District and all the folks that have come and brought that area to life, along with the barn and Drake's and now Franquette. You see folks that are on their feet and on their bikes and really enjoying the city in ways that they previously did not. And so I really commend you for bringing this to our city. I'm sure that there have been roadblocks and lots of things along the way, but it's a gorgeous piece of work, and that's why I feel supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll add one quick comment that's unique about this project. When you talk about market rate units, we build all sorts of types of residential. We just built the Kind project, which is 3 blocks away, 160 units, very successful affordable housing project. And when you can have that sort of project pretty close to what would probably be the most expensive real estate in the region, and the fact that that's in the same area kind of says a lot for what they're trying to accomplish. This is an aspirational project. When we started out here, there's easier projects to build than this. But this is the entrance to West Sac and the entrance to Sac. And then probably, everybody likes to say they have the best piece of land, but this is a pretty significant piece of land. I think the Teals saved kind of River One for last, and when they approached Mark Friedman back in 2017 to partner, and figure out what we could do to make it something special, this is what's come out of that effort.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Randy, thank you for being here tonight. We've been talking about a riverfront hotel in West Sacramento for a very long time, and it's really exciting to see the design. And I want to thank you and the team for just the intentional work that is done on the waterfront. It happened in the Bridge District. A former resident of the Bridge District, absolutely loved living there. And this is an incredible project for West Sacramento. And I think the opportunity that the hotel will create for the potential formation of a tourism improvement district and just elevating West Sac in general, TOT revenues, it's going to be a wonderful addition to the community. And I love, again, the intentional aspects of places that the community can go so that this isn't just a private space. We've seen the Kempton Sawyer and the restaurant and kind of the amenities there being a meeting space for folks, and I can see this being the same place, the same type of thing for West Sacramento. Like my colleague said earlier, West Sac, best Sac. I mean, this is just incredible, and I'm honored to be up here to be able to, approve this and, keep moving it forward.
Thank you.
No more comments and questions? Open it up for public comment, Madam Clerk.
We have no requests to speak on this item.
All right, great. Close the public comment, and thank you, Randy and Gurjeet, for being here tonight to present. We're looking forward to seeing it break ground and making it happen. This has been a project that everybody's been looking forward to seeing move forward. And I think it'll have conference space, right, as well? It'll have conference space, and the hotel space is important because it's
got an outdoor space and a ballroom, and it's really targeted towards smaller group functions, but it can have large group functions too.
That'll be great. That's what we need in this region. And appreciate you taking the risk and continuing to plug away and making this happen. With that, I'll accept a motion to approve.
Early moves.
Second.
Councilmember Early moved. Mayor Pro Tem Orozco seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Sulpicio Hull?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Acala?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. This item is approved. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you get to work on that. Next is our regular agenda item 27, public workshop regarding retail cannabis sales, administrative procedures, and equity pilot program. And we have Mr. David Tilley and Andrea Aus here to present on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you stated, we are here for our next installment on our cannabis journey as it relates to retail cannabis. So I do have a short PowerPoint to help walk you through where we're at tonight. And I'll start off just with a bit of slight background of where we have been and where we think we're going on that. So way back in 2010, believe it or not, we had actually enacted a prohibition on retail cannabis. Fast forward a few years later, Proposition 64 passes, authorizing adult use of marijuana here in California. And that was also at the same time that we had started entertaining the non-retail cannabis businesses, the distribution, testing labs, manufacturing, things of that nature. So, so fast forward then a couple more years later, City Council during its annual retreat elected to put retail cannabis on the as part of the strategic plan and goals for that year, and so we've been trying to fill that out for you ever since. So this background, so most recently, or we were up here earlier this spring, the council approved some of the overall ordinance changes that needed to be made to effectuate our retail cannabis program, established the green zones where storefront retail could be established, and sort of the big picture aspects of this. So here tonight, we're here to flesh out some of the details as we prepare to open up the door for retail cannabis here in West Sacramento. So there's two components that I'll discuss tonight for you as related to this. First is going to be the administrative procedures, which are simply how we are going to ultimately entertain applications for retail cannabis businesses, both storefront and the non-storefront delivery-only model. And then we'll discuss the equity program. So what this slide represents really is a high-level summary of the sequence of events that we have laid out in terms of once we do open up for retail cannabis licenses here in West Sacramento, what the procedure will be. So we do anticipate this will be akin to an RFP process where we will open up for a certain duration of time, solicit applications for retail, be it storefront or non-storefront. We'll ultimately obviously review those applications. Those applications will ultimately need to be scored against, and I'll get to the criteria by which we'll be evaluating those here in a moment. We anticipate that being done by a third party. In this case, depending on how many applications we get, we may need to employ a lottery. And those who are successful at that stage will then be invited to apply formally for the development agreement and ultimately come before the Planning Commission and Council for a consideration of development agreement. After that, then when the applicants will likely need to maybe pull some building permits, do some TI work, obtain their city cannabis license as well as their state cannabis license, and then hopefully open for business. So these are eight criteria that we have proposed for your consideration tonight in terms of how these applications will be addressed. We have looked at many other communities, particularly those that are closer in size to ours, and have identified all of these. I'd like to highlight the second box, which is the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Plan. That has an asterisk next to it, because that is something that would not apply to our equity applicants, since they are already, by nature of being an equity applicant, are already providing that. So for our non-equity applicants, they will also need to address equity throughout how they operate their business, in addition to all the other criteria they meet. So much like our wholesale businesses, safety and security of these facilities will remain very important. So we'll be looking closely at that, as well as who the parties are going to be. That would be the business owner. We will look at how this particular business, given its location, can fit in with the surrounding neighborhood. And then there's another component of equity. This is more external equity in terms of how businesses, proposed applicants may support other endeavors in the community. other nonprofits, and other worthy causes. And then, of course, their proposed location will be very important in terms of what their surroundings are once we get to a real application with the real applicant in the real world. Went the wrong way. Where do I go? I'm rusty. All right. So the lottery is a component of this, and I recognize there'll be some discussion about that this evening. Staff is recommending continuing to include the notion of the lottery for a few distinct reasons. We do anticipate getting numerous applications. Once the application window opens, I field calls almost daily from prospective applicants, realtors, and other interested parties who are looking to open up a business here in West Sacramento. It's certainly conceivable that we may, in this initial application phase, receive more than one application for the same site. Since at this early phase, we would not necessarily require someone to have already effectuated a lease or purchased a property, it's certainly possible that we could get more than one at the same location. And it's also possible where we do have buffers, such as along West Capitol Avenue, where if two may propose to go right next door to each other, but because of the buffers that were established under your previous direction to staff, maybe only one can go in that particular location. So we want to make sure that we can open up, but still have some ability to administer this, given the level of interest we anticipate getting. And some locations, I'm sure, will be very popular for interest in having especially a storefront operation. Perhaps less so with the non-storefront, but the storefront locations, which by your previous approvals be primarily in our highest visible corridors, not way off in the corner off the beaten path. And so you're approved a very broad geography, at least where we could potentially entertain storefront retail. Equity. This was a very important point from the council, and that's what we've been spending the majority of our time on since we were last before you. We have looked at numerous other equity programs across the state. I can honestly say most of them have not had a tremendous amount of success thus far. We've tried to look at equity programs in communities large and small and in between, and try to learn some best practices. Your attachment 3 to your staff report tonight is a very deep dive on various equity concepts, especially from other communities, that was prepared by our director, Aus. So our equity criteria for our program that we are proposing to you is reflected up there, whereas persons would be from a disadvantaged community per Cal EnviroScreen, would be of a low income based on Yolo County AMI, which we heard a little about earlier. And as an example, these are things that can be readily proven through tax returns, CalFresh benefits, other things out there. This is important, so we are looking to make sure whatever criteria we establish can be readily verifiable and would not take a very deep dive by a potential equity applicant, nor by staff to be able to verify that they would be indeed an equity applicant. And last is also part of this, we are proposing a 5% weighting factor for those who have had a past cannabis arrest, given the disproportionate application of cannabis laws during the last few decades. And there were statistics about that for Yolo and Sacramento counties referenced in your staff report, if that was curious to you. And there was a great report prepared out of UC Davis Center for Regional Change a few years back, where we gathered some of that great data from. So these reference some of the goals, as I believe we heard from the council about trying to get into ownership, but also additional employment and training opportunities, potential opportunities for city investment to support equity applicants, and these could be any and all of the above. What's most important that we have found through our research is maintaining flexibility in terms of what kinds of assistance we may provide an equity applicant. So it can be truly based, once we identify an equity applicant, we can help determine what their true needs are. It could be a lot of factors. It could be capital, it could be business training, it could be all the above. So we want to remain flexible, but still provide at least a menu of potential options that we can work on with an equity applicant and then potentially build into their development agreement for City Council ultimate consideration for those equity applicants, both on the storefront and then the non-storefront delivery-only version. So our next steps after tonight, we do want to do some additional outreach on the equity component specifically. And then once we have that, and then we're also with your whatever direction and feedback we receive from the council this evening, we will return for a final action for the end of the year, and then potentially be ready to open up for retail applications early next year. So that concludes my remarks tonight. Other than please, we would ask to take public comment and providing direction to staff on the administrative procedures as well as the equity considerations.
Thank you. Mr. Tilley? And open it up for questions, comments from council members. Good for public comment. Mr. Tilley, I do have a question regarding, there's one of the slides you referenced, history of arrests. Can you give me a little more background about that? Like, are there some that are that would disqualify?
Yes, in the Business and Professions Code, that is where most of the Department of Cannabis Control's regulations reside. There are some disqualifiers in there for past arrests and convictions for things that were involving embezzlement, trafficking, violent crimes, things of that nature that are spelled out there. And there's several references to sections of the penal code that, define what all those things are. But those were certainly much more serious types of offenses than persons who might have been arrested if they were standing on a corner, small-time type of operator. So, and given some of the racial disparities amongst the enforcement in both Yolo and Sacramento counties, this is an opportunity and is also consistent with most other communities, as well as at the state level. The state has a very broad equity notion, so this is something that we would recommend being accounted for in our provision, but perhaps not be the sole factor.
Thank you.
Oh, are you done? Sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I just, on that note, David, I wanted to clarify. I know that there are probably several crimes of moral turpitude, which would be, disqualifiers. I did see that you said arrest. I wasn't sure if it was arrest or conviction or both.
Yeah, my apology. This, under BMP code, it does reference conviction.
Okay. Now, I guess I was going to wait, but since the question came up, I'm wondering how, if I don't have a problem with certain offenses, so it says use of marijuana, possession of marijuana. However, as a prosecutor, as I referenced earlier, I've had a long history, and I do have issues with sales of marijuana to a minor, sales of trafficking or use of or employment of youth or underage people for sales of marijuana. These are things that I don't want our city to do business with folks that have the capacity to do a little bit, extra, and those are crimes of moral turpitude. So with that, I just want to voice that comment, because in addition to embezzlement and murder and all the other crimes that are probably listed in this particular case, I just feel very uncomfortable with sales in that fashion.
Yeah, and the sales to involving minors is one of the specific things that is referenced in the BMP code, also as a potential disqualifier for a state license.
And then also, I guess the question would be, how many times does, I mean, you might say, okay, I'm going to give a priority point for somebody who has a conviction, but what if there's 15? Where do we draw the line with respect to what the weight is?
Well, this is something we have definitely grappled with because, okay, well, if somebody has one arrest and somebody else has two, is the two better or is the two worse in this, in this particular concept? So we have set it up to where, one is enough, but that's why we are recommending that that be a minor factor in the overall weighting because of those kinds of factors where someone, could have 3 or 4 or 5, or maybe just one. It could have been 5 years ago, it could have been 30 years ago. So that's where we're trying to avoid going down any rabbit holes, given that we're looking at a 3 or 4 decade period where potentially a lot could have occurred.
I would just caution, to your point, and it sounds like that's what you're doing, that you wouldn't go into the point of judging from that degree as far as if there are things that are already discounted that, say, a program like Go Biz, right, and their cannabis program has said, here are crimes or that we feel the justice system has disproportionately impacted people of color. There are models, right, that you can take in that regard that even the state of California is doing, right? There are equity grants
Yes.
that fund specifically this. So one, I would use that. And two, again, if we're going to recognize the fact that the criminal justice system has disproportionately convicted, targeted Black and brown communities, it feels disingenuous to then say, well, it depends on how many times they targeted and convicted you. So that's the only thing I would note.
Yeah, so hence that's why if you have one for this, we're saying that's enough.
I appreciate that. And, sure, thank you. I think, though, that the nature and quality of the conviction is different. Someone has 15 possession charges or use charges, and I think that those can be, looked at through a different lens. But when someone is illegally selling, to minors and hasn't learned a lesson multiple times, I think that does become a negative. And
And it sounds like he's addressed that part, I think, right? Didn't that sale to a minor was one of the things that...
Sales to a minor is absolutely one of those
box checked.
in the B&P code. There will be background checks at our level and at the state level. And even every one of these that comes through will still come before the council for your, with your full level of discretion.
Yeah.
I actually think that's part of my personal concern, and what I would say is what our vote earlier was a good indication of that. I will say that in doing equity work at the state level, one of the things that people were actually pretty shocked by was the disproportionate employment of white men at higher level positions versus Black and brown people at lower level positions. And what you would hear is, but wait, there are policies in place that are put there to make sure that this doesn't happen. But what happens is you have folks who have feelings, right? And there are loopholes. And the reason why rules matter, right? And the reason why having a clear line matters is because for so long, I would say communities that look like me did not have an opportunity to really skirt those rules, right? And so when we talk about equity, equity isn't that we are able to just open up the doors and say anything goes. Equity truly is that we are abiding by these rules and everyone is playing by those rules.
Yes.
Well, on that note, thank you. Mr. Tilley, how do we control for folks who might, and I'm just imagining a scenario where you have investors who are not people who have been disproportionately impacted, but you have a person, there might be a use. You're going to comment on this? Go for it.
Well, no, I mean, I actually had the same feelings earlier, right? Where you have, a woman-owned business, but what's counting as a woman-owned business, right? Is it that she has 51% of the votes? Is it that she gets to speak first when she comes up to talk about it? Like, what actually is counted as a minority-owned, as a woman-owned, and that's where these policies are going to matter. And I know you are going to address that, but it's important that we have those policies and that we abide by those policies and that we're not going by being moved or strong feelings or knowing that person or anything like that.
All right, thank you. And so, appreciate the conversation. I think that that this is an important conversation to have about that component. I did want to ask a few of the questions about the investment that could be made to the equity program. Like, you have a slide here that references some funding from the state that we received, and what other opportunities for an investment from the city, so applicants can consider what their opportunities are here.
Yeah, so we've already received one grant from the state, and so a big part of that was because we were including an equity program. So we can use those funds to help finish developing this program, but also assist equity program. And then there's also a second round of the same grant program that's going to be rolling out every few months for the next year or so, where we can actually obtain funding on a per license basis. It's $150,000 for a non-equity and $300,000 for each equity license. So on paper, we're eligible for up to $2 million, depending on how many licenses we ultimately get and ultimately issue. So this has been a great program. Only 16 jurisdictions cross statewide got funded in this first go-round. And the state has been pretty flexible on this program because the ultimate goal is to get more retailers open, since still more than 60% of jurisdictions in California do not allow any cannabis uses whatsoever. So getting more retailers open is a very clear state objective.
And in your opinion,
I'm sorry, if I may, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I wanted to tag team
Sure,
on
yes.
what he
Yes.
responded to. So I'm Andrea Aus, the Community Development Director. We also have, through Measure N, funding through our Small Business Incubator Program, which we are currently still working on and formulating through Tracy Michael's shop at Economic Development and Housing. However, some of those funds for this fiscal year could certainly be allocated to help fund the equity program as well.
okay, that sounds like a good idea. In considering the startup cost of a retailer, even if it's an equity retailer or maybe there's a regular retailer, the startup cost, and for anybody here who has any background, questions open to anybody, and then the amount of funding that we're putting forward here to help build an equity, retailer. Can you help me understand that part of it?
Yeah, I'm sure some of the speakers here, including Ms. Cargile, will be able to articulate this, from a much more real-world perspective. But there's no doubt there will be considerable startup costs for a prospective retailer in terms of likely paying rent before they're able to open. They will need potentially some construction work. There'll be, they have licensing fees at the state level. So there's no doubt, and there will be a certain, that would be a certain time window, potentially maybe even a year before someone might be able to open their doors. So the costs, upfront costs just to get to that point are certainly very considerable. And so we have attempted to identify a menu of options where we can assist someone, an equity applicant, be able to get there, noting it still won't be easy. But if we can assist them through these methods financially, as well as going through the small business, development program that economic development is putting together now. We're trying to at least put forth what we can within our means to do in a city of our size. And that is why we are recommending that we at least begin with one equity applicant on the storefront and one equity applicant on the non-storefront delivery only.
And just to more directly chime in on that, I think our intention was with the small business loan fund, that was approved as part of the budget. I'm having a hard time remembering how much money it was, but I know it was at least $1 million.
Yeah, it's $1 million.
For the 2-year budget. So those are measured in dollars. The idea there is that the portion of Measure N that was meant to be for equitable economic development fits right into what we're talking about here tonight. So I could definitely see that initial funding being available for this program. That is probably our primary funding source to support it.
Okay. And the funding that you're describing, is it one time or is it ongoing?
Well, the grant money is certainly a one-time unless they have additional, grant rounds, going forward. The Measure N money is in the 2-year budget, and that's a tax measure, so presumably we would look at that in the next 2-year budget as well.
Yeah, Measure N funds are forever. The equitable economic development side of it is something that, the council allocated a certain percentage year over year. So it's not one-time money in that sense, but you've only allocated the amount that Roberta's about to tell you.
I believe it was actually put in $500,000 the first year, $1 million for the second year, ongoing.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
so that the idea was that we want to support a small business program that has a strong equity component, but the cannabis equity program could be the first use of those funds, and it could be ongoing.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. And with that, I will open it up for public comment.
Angelica Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. My name is Angelica Sanchez, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Compliance for Perfect Union, a cannabis business based in Sacramento. I'd like to thank you all for the hard work you've put in this process. We understand that creating a fair application process for cannabis businesses is challenging. In our experience, choosing the best operator is often what local jurisdictions hope to accomplish, which is why we are adamantly opposed to a lottery system. We recommend that the city adopt a merit-based interview process instead of a lottery. This approach would ensure that the city selects highly qualified cannabis dispensary operators who align with the community's values. Instituting a lottery system would leave the city with little or no control over the final selection process, which could cause significant issues. Lotteries are games of chance that unfairly advantage those with the financial means to take risks worth tens of thousands of dollars. In California, lawsuits, appeals, and unqualified lottery winners have led to significant delays in dispensaries opening. Examples of this include the lottery process in Santa Ana, where 7 months after 20 licensees were awarded a license, only 2 of them had opened. When choosing operators based on luck and not merit, jurisdictions can inadvertently select applicants who are not prepared to open a dispensary or do not have the operating experience to do so effectively. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Adiola. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name.
Good evening. My name is Adiola Adedipe. I am the owner of Aiden's Relief. My story started in 2016 when my son Aiden was diagnosed with T-cell leukemia and given 3 days to live. And out of desperation to save his life, I ended up at the door of cannabis, a therapeutic alternative. With their expertise, Aiden went from 3 days to live to the miracle baby on the 3rd floor to the leukemia advocate and now the leukemia warrior. I'm here as a healer. I am also a core graduate in the city of Sacramento. I own my business 100%. It's called Aiden's Relief through Camilla. I am backed by a women-owned business, and I do work at a therapeutic alternative as a healer and helping people in the community. I'm here because in hopes to be able to own a dispensary that is equity-owned. I do like the presentation that was up there, but there is a lot of discrimination that will go directly against our Black and brown community. And I don't ever want to forget what is equity. Equity is our Black and brown community is disproportionate. Their families may have had to sell cannabis to make a living. They went to jail. Their children were highly affected by it. Families were torn apart. And now we have people who do not look like me, who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, who did not have to bear that burden. I'm also here, and I know during the process of launching a business and being very successful, so hearing Andrea's story about her closing her doors and hearing different side of it, and being that I am in the cannabis industry, you do all of this, unless you are linked to generational wealth or someone who can give you a loan, you're stuck with trying to sell your home to pay all the taxes, all the fees, and to have a building that you're paying rent on that you're not operating just on luck, like she said. So I'm here to advocate for equity, that we don't have to have a physical building to pay for while we continue to move through the process. I'm also here to advocate to put your hands into somebody who has experience and to adapt to the state guidelines of what true equity is. I graduated through Sacramento Urban League, and I do have a state certificate that we go through all of that. So selling through minors, all of the regulations and how to stay legal. We go through so much to get our licenses that a true operator is not going to put their license at risk. And being that I am able to stay home with my kids now, I'm an entrepreneur, and I wouldn't be here with my kids this late if it didn't mean that much to me. And so I want to advocate to just really breaking the stigma. You know, we're still treated as criminals. So I will, in conclusion, I am in support for women-owned, equity-owned, vet-owned, that we have a little more points on our application to mirror the state and not to have a physical building. Thank you so much for hearing my story tonight.
Joe Romero.
Hello, good evening. The time started. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, council members, City Clerk, staff. I just really wanted to step back and just, thank you for the whole process that you guys have gone through to get to this point. I know it's been a journey. I helped the City of Woodland go through the whole process, and it took over 5 years. And I'm a partner with Yellow Cannabis Club, and we took first place in the process, the competitive process. And so I just wanted to echo what Angelica mentioned about the lottery, and just forewarning against the lottery process. The lottery, winner is random, and so this process should not be random. This is a very thoughtful process, and to at the end, just give it up to a lottery when this should be a merit-based approach. But I just wanted to talk about the revenue. That's going to be what drives the city of West Sacramento to the future. I know that you were looking at the Phase 2 project and the waterfront project, but this kind of goes hand in hand with people coming to West Sacramento, people being served here in West Sacramento that don't have to go to Davis. They don't have to go to Sacramento. That was the reason why I started and finished and made sure that Woodland was, the City of Woodland process was done the way it was, so that people in Woodland can actually benefit. The projects that are good ideas that may not be able to be funded completely, they can be funded now. You know, whether it's a fire department, new police officers. We met with the chief of police. We're going to be meeting, setting up those meetings with you all, and we look forward to the process. But just to get down to the brass tacks, you know, with the taxes, we want to make sure that the taxes are at a reasonable level for not just the retailers, but also for the equity people. The equity applicants, they're going to be getting taxed at an exorbitant amount of rate. It's going to be the same, right? So I'm just making sure that if we can be considerate about the tax and just not, let's tax it to the highest and try to get more when maybe the tax can be at a level playing field and the businesses can actually earn more for the city. And then reducing illicit markets. We're competing against the illicit market, and we'd like retail to reduce that illicit market that's happening here. You know, delivery companies are delivering here. You're losing your tax base. And then also, last thing, funding the city projects. I just want to reiterate that, whether it's your city priorities, and then the community priorities too. So we'll be donating to nonprofits. Thank you so much.
Mindy Galloway.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Councilwoman. My name is Mindy Galloway, and I am a social equity operator and CEO. For the past 5 years, I've been CEO of Camilla Shared Manufacturing Incubator, and in addition, soon to be open Pocket Dispensary in the city of Sacramento. My shared manufacturing incubator has 9 social equity manufacturers. And we're opening opportunities and reducing barriers for entry for licensing ownership. Our incubator has created a platform to help ensure success and economic stability for the social equity operators. I come today just for education and to share my knowledge. I urge you to consider aligning your eligibility with the state definition from the Department of Cannabis Control. Anytime we have alignment with the state definition, it streamlines the process for the dual licensing system and can help potentially answer any questions that you have for who should be eligible. I also beg you to open up more than one social equity dispensary. Social justice is not served if balance is not created. I know that it is possible and achievable, but it needs your awareness and your commitment to change. Please create more opportunities and build generational wealth for those who come after us and our children. I am the daughter of an immigrant and veteran, and Vietnam War veteran. Due to the opportunities that cannabis has opened, I am in a place of security and stability, as I has not experienced for most of my life, as my family has experienced homelessness and poverty. You have the opportunity to impact lives for the better. Please allow equity first before any other retail storefront applications. Clarity can help the process be fair and just. I also urge you to not require applicants to hold rental leases for the buildings during the application and licensing process. And this will create barriers to entry or potentially create further debt for populations already in low-income situations. An alternative would be to have applicants obtain a proposed location after the lottery process or application process is complete. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for your time.
Alfred Melbourne.
Hello again. Mayor, council folks, city manager, thank you guys for putting the time into this. Been following, of course, participated in the core program in Sacramento years back because I seen an opportunity for someone like myself who's been chased around by the police for doing something like this for the longest time. And now to be able to do it legally, wow, right? And then the possibility of building what they might call generational wealth and supporting our community. definitely not in agreement with having a lottery system for all the reasons these folk already spoke on. There is nothing to be left to chance when it comes to a social equity program in a community, right? Just leave it out there for anybody, and some of us don't have the ability to make these investments and continue putting this forward just on the chance. Definitely in agreement with aligning with the state. If we're going to be getting state money, we should adhere to what the state is doing. We want to get more of that money, well, we should be in line with them. Equity. I like what the person said in regards to like crime and those of us, I guess I'm one of them brown people, you know, but that has never really worked in my favor. Will it at this point in time? I don't know. I'm not holding out much, but we are going to be putting an application in and try to get some type of support through this whole process. If it's a merit-based system, then we have a really good chance. If there is only one social equity program, then what is even equity? If you have 5 other programs out here, 5 other retailing businesses, and only one is a social equity, well, damn, we're going to be outnumbered. We won't have a chance. Equity means more than equal, right? I'm still trying to figure this out because I don't know what equity is. I'm really, really trying to find equity, but equality would be good for me, at the very least. So I think I have some crimes charged with having pot, but most of us in our community, right, we were getting charged with higher crimes and higher felonies and different things. So like something like that, they would just be like, we don't need that, you know, but it might be there somewhere, you know. So we talk about this whole merit-based and how we're going to determine all this stuff and what felonies are going to disqualify you. Well, I come from a long line of folks that have been in trouble for a long time and this, that, and the other. And you guys have a little bit of an idea what I'm doing in the community now and how I've been able to change, you know what I mean? And to be judged by my past continuously and be shut out from a system, I think that would be totally unfair. Because definitely being born and raised here minus my 18 years of vacation, you know, would like to have the best chance possible to get in on this while it's legal and have the best chance possible. No lottery, align with the state, real equity. Thank you guys for your time.
Rich Miller.
Rich Miller, West Sacramento residents. I would like to thank the diocese for moving forward on this and the staff. I know it's been an arduous process because I was here back in 2010 when that ban was initiated, very disappointed, but I'm very happy that you're moving forward. I'm very happy to see you're moving forward on the equity program. As well, I'd like you to consider the LGBTQ to the Black and brown community, those incarcerated by the war on drugs. I'd also like you to consider those that were impacted or come from the foster system. And I'd like to see more equity available out there. It is very difficult in this industry to move forward. As I explained to you tonight, I'd helped a number of business owners get their doors open. I know what's involved, and it is very challenging, and it is a very difficult and arduous process. So having that building is difficult to obtain. I've noticed from these application processes that it takes about an average of 18 months from the beginning of the application process all the way through to opening the doors. That is a long time to open those doors. In relative cost amount of money, it's generally $500,000 to $750,000, and that's just getting by with the bare bones of paying rent, doing your build-outs, buying your products to open those doors. So you've already gone into a great deal of debt. I'd estimate between $250,000 and $300,000 is what you had spent on rental costs in that 18-month before you could even open your doors. So moving forward, I think it's imperative that you look at these applications not based on an address. The address can be worked out with the Planning Commission, with the rental units that are available at the time, and to move forward in a positive direction and make those assessments based on the individual's application. Also, what I'd ask is that you not go with the big Walmarts of cannabis, the ones that own multiple locations, unless they are operating like a therapeutic alternative. They are operating a program where they are helping individuals get into their own stores. So I would very much like to see middleman, middlewoman, average America have an opportunity to move forward into this business. I thank you for your time, and I'd like to thank all the previous speakers for their comments. Thank you.
Kimberly Cargill.
Good evening. Before I begin, would you like me, Mayor, to answer your question about?
Yes.
Okay. So, to open a cannabis dispensary, it takes $500,000 to $1 million. So $500,000, you'd be doing everything yourself, which is what we do. We paint, we are contractors, we're our own lawyers, we're our own accountants, we do everything. So that's the minimum, $500,000, doing everything yourself. To $1 million, which is more of a well-funded corporation. And I haven't seen any dispensaries open in less than 3 years from the time they apply. So it takes 3 years of not having income, paying rent for that process. Okay. So, first of all, thank you all for everything you do, and thank you for having us here tonight to talk about this important issue. My name is Kimberly Cargile. I'm a proud River City graduate, and my first job was at the Pheasant Club, so that's also a very important building to me. And I'm a longtime consumer rights advocate and the CEO of a therapeutic alternative cannabis storefront in East Sacramento. I want to recommend that you take into consideration your ability to help those that often don't get afforded a great deal of business opportunities in this country. And I know you all take that very seriously, so I don't even need to waste my time. But there are groups such as women, LGBTQ community, people of color, indigenous people, and veterans that definitely could use some help here. There's a few ways that I recommend this being done. First, I recommend that you provide more than one social equity permit. Second, I suggest that you do not require applicants to have a building prior to the time of the development agreement. And that's all applicants, not just social equity, because many people won't qualify for social equity, even if they are social equity, such as myself. Even if they have been harmed by the war on drugs, this current ordinance does not qualify me as a social equity applicant. So I don't think that anybody should have to have a building. I understand that a development agreement requires that, but that is pretty far down the road. So I have multiple development agreements with different businesses I've helped start, and it takes a couple years before you get through that process. It takes a couple years to get through the application process, even if you guys don't want it to. And I know you don't want it to, but things happen in the city and at the state level that drag things out, and it just ends up taking a lot of time, and that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that pretty much reduces the diversity that you're going to have as far as applicants go. It will leave it up to the well-funded corporations. There are 4 buildings currently being held that I just know about by well-funded corporations here in West Sacramento. And if we have to get a building before we're chosen with just the hopes that we'll be chosen, we definitely won't be able to. Oh, wow, that went by really fast. I have so many more pages. Okay, thank you.
Laura Mendez.
Good evening. My name is Laura Mendez, and I am a resident of West Sacramento for over 20 years. I've raised my 3 children and now my 4 grandchildren. And I've also been working in the cannabis industry, operating dispensaries, storefronts for 17 years. I did just win in Woodland. I started working on it in 2017. It took that long for it to go through. I've been paying rent on my building for almost 3 years. We just won. We still have a process of maybe another year to go. So it is really imperative to understand people like us who don't have the financial backing to be able to afford to have a building for that long. If possibly it drug on for another year before, I may not have been able to have stayed in the process of this application. So I really want you guys to think about that portion of it, especially when it comes to social equity. They don't have a lot of financial backing in order to help them. So it could be a 2-year process, but by that 2nd year, they may not be able to pay their rent anymore. So that's something that is really important to think about. And I also wanted to point out also having more than one social equity. There are so many people who want to apply and want to be given a chance. And most of these cities, they don't make it very far. So considering where these people are coming from and their backgrounds, I really think that you should consider giving more than just one. Thank you.
Ariana Tibbetts.
Hi, good evening again. I don't have my crying face on right now. I'm going to first start off by saying good evening to all of you guys, and I know why I'm so broke. It's because I've been paying rent on a building for 7 years in the total of $557,600, and we haven't made a penny. So that's just rent. That's not even including power or anything. So I would like to echo everything that Kim said and finish where she left off for her. Next, I recommend that the city uses the time and money that the state has spent to develop eligibility criteria for social equity applicants, taking financial status, residential zip codes, as well as convictions. Furthermore, I do not support the lottery. And finally, I would like to state for the record that the staff report is not correct regarding the dates of the war on drugs. The war on drugs was declared by President Nixon during the Vietnam War. The following is a quote by a representative from Nixon's office regarding the war on drugs. Even though my father's arrests were in 1969 and 1970, when I've returned home from Vietnam, the negative repercussions on his life lasted to the 90s and beyond. Any arrest for cannabis should be sorry, I can't read that word. Sound equity applicant, not just between 1980 and 2012. Okay, here's the quote from Nixon. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black. But by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. Do I have time? Okay, so now I'll get back to what I was going to say. Yes, I cannot believe I've had to pay that much rent while we were going through this entire process. It was long and tedious and painful. And then having only one retail outlet, you have to have more than one. It's healthy competition. Having a couple equity, dispensaries would be great. And Kimberly Cargile and her group, you guys would be so lucky to have them in your city. They have done such great things. She was on a billboard. Did you guys know that? Did anybody see that? Pretty awesome. I think that's it. I hope that you guys, make all the good decisions. Good night. I'm so tired.
We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're closing the public comment, bringing it back to council and staff for further discussion and questions. Are there any other questions among the council members? Councilmember Early. Okay, looks like everybody has questions.
Yes. Is there, I'm curious from the comments that we heard, and they make sense. Is there a reason why we are recommending, or why the staff is recommending lottery versus some sort of merit-based, clear process for?
Well, this really is a hybrid. There still is a merit-based initially, where folks will submit applications, they'll be scored and ranked, and they'll have to meet a minimum threshold to advance to the next round, and that's where the lottery will be employed. So it is a hybrid of a merit and lottery-based system.
Is there a reason why it has to be hybrid?
Well, there's a few reasons for the lottery.
Okay.
First of all, it allows those that meet the thresholds through the merit-based evaluation to be put in the hopper in terms of being chosen, the order of which we process their cannabis applications for licenses. So if we were to have 5 or 10 applicants come in, we do not have the capacity to process all of them all at once. So what a lottery would do is set up, by luck of the draw, the order to which we process those cannabis applications.
I just want to make sure I'm keeping up, because I'm also tired. So someone comes in and they put in their application, it's date stamped. And there's a few boxes that you review to figure out, do you even qualify? And then that happens, and then they get interviewed. I guess I'm trying to figure out, from what you're describing, it's kind of like they could come in a week, a month, 6 months apart, and I don't understand.
Well, that scenario you described assumes that all of the applications will come in complete and perfect, which is, in my experience, has not always been the case.
Okay.
Doesn't matter if you date stamp it. The date stamp could mean that somebody's coming in on a cocktail napkin or something, or is not.
There could be like a minimum criteria.
A minimum criteria, right. But we do a completeness review initially to ensure that we have all the information we need to then score those applications. So the merit-based piece doesn't matter when you are date stamping them. We evaluate all of them in a certain amount of time, and then we put all of those that meet the minimum standards in the lottery to choose who gets selected for the next step, which is to process their cannabis license.
If I could add, I think what we're trying to anticipate is having a number of well-qualified applicants that not just meet the minimum criteria, but can check, all of the boxes we're looking for. There's a large amount of potential subjectivity in that review process. If it was purely merit-based, it's difficult, puts us in a difficult position to, apply a scoring criteria. The idea with the lottery is if you anticipate that you're going to have several qualified applicants, you put them into the lottery system based on, it's a merit-based approach first, and then it's luck of the draw after that. But it takes away that aspect of subjectivity that we're concerned with.
So I will. We're not quite voting yet, but I guess I would not be in favor of a lottery. But I know that that's part of why you guys are here, as you're trying to get our thoughts on this. We're not voting on anything, and so I would just want to share that. In addition, when we talked about real equity and trying to make this work, I will tell you what I had, like my thoughts that were in my head. I can only speak to that. Is that for our social equity license, one of the things that you pointed out is there weren't many successful equity programs that you all were able to find and take and replicate, and I appreciate that. What I hear is there's an opportunity for West Sacramento to lead, and that's really exciting to me. What I would hope is that we would be wrapping our arms around a social equity partner, and that they would really be a partner, right? And so it would be the same way that we would treat a small business or someone we were kind of going in together on this. And so we would be walking you through, not just pointing to a website, but walking you through applications, investing in you. And so one of the things we heard was it could be $500,000. We have those dollars to invest. We don't have millions and millions upon dollars to invest, right? And so that would potentially also be one of the reasons why. And so let me just finish before you comment. I say you want to jump in, don't. I think that the last part I would say is the timing of it. And so when I think about equity, I also think about, the folks on a racetrack, and you have someone starting really, really far back there, and then someone starting really far up there. And I, again, in my head, in my vision, would think that we would lead with equity like we have been saying, and that license would get to go first. And so we would be working through that process first. We would have picked that partner first, and they would be leading. right? And so whether it is a 15-month head start, but again, if we're saying we're going to do equity, let's do equity, which means you get to start first because we understand that you're already starting behind.
Okay, who else would like to go next? Councilmember Bertuzzi-Ojeda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple questions. Can you help me understand from the comments that we had about a recommendation of using the state's definition of equity?
Well, that is an option, and I did throw a slide in the back just in case this came up tonight. The state has a pretty broad definition of equity, and it is thought of as from a statewide, perspective. So that is an option for sure. And one of the other things that's good about the state is that if we designate someone as an equity applicant at the local level, the state will also recognize that individual or party as an equity applicant. The state definition is very broad, and what we thought we heard from the council when we were here previously was that the council was interested in having some form of more local flavor to that, if you will, rather than adopting, say, the state's thing where somebody may have had a cannabis arrest in San Bernardino County and then they want to come here to open up a dispensary. Is that what we're trying to achieve, or are we looking at it from a more local or regional perspective? Because we have heard from many persons, local persons who wish to get into this particular space also. But the state definition is an option.
Thank you. Next question regarding physical location. I know we touched on this the first time around. It's fascinating because when we're having this conversation of equity and we talk about policy, and it sounds like how our DA process works for this industry, we've got these systemic issues built into what we do that create, the timeline to get your license is incredible. And so asking the businesses to hold a location and then go through a very long process, do we have any give on physical location being locked in, one, and two, can we control that application process moving any quicker?
So a couple of questions there. I'm gonna ask Mr. City Attorney to back me up here. The development agreement, which has that requirement for real property interest, which is applicable to any development agreement, is sort of our hiccup here, if you will. So, Mr. City Attorney.
No, that's correct. You have to have in order to enter into a development agreement, you need to have either a legal or equitable interest in real property. An equitable interest would be something like an option. However, the DA can trail behind the application process and the initial review. And so there's certain things that could go first.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But before you could enter into a DA, they have to have an
So
interest in
really
real
what it would come down to is when would that real property interest need to be effectuated? And presumably that would be at the time where the mayor would actually sign that development agreement.
And in the meantime, I think the staff has developed some criteria for that interim period where there at least has to be interest from a property owner on a location. And I'll just speak from a purely local economic development perspective. I would not recommend a system that incentivizes people to lease buildings that could otherwise be used for other retail businesses and frankly, have an effect on the market like we saw several years ago when cannabis distribution, all the industrial properties were getting taken up and on speculation. Just from a local level, that's not great for our local economy when it's preventing potential restaurants or other retail locations from being occupied there. So I think something that strikes that balance is what I think we're trying to achieve, knowing that we have to check the box to be able to enter into a DA eventually. But during the selection process, I think that's kind of what we're trying to thread that needle there.
Yeah, we certainly would not expect to have real property interest at that phase.
Okay.
I do think a location would be very helpful in that regard, but not real property interest at that stage.
If you, let's continue
It's
this
part
on
of
the
your
subject.
question.
Yeah,
I'm
go
just
for it.
wondering, when you say selection process, because we heard that it could take, 2 to 5 years. And so I just want to make sure I fully understand what that means.
I really hope not.
I hope not too. I just don't operate on hope management.
We got
same.
our wholesale cannabis stuff down to 3-4 months.
Okay. So you're saying we can do it better in West Sac?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the DA, since it has to go to planning commission for hearing, council hearing, second reading, some of those things unfortunately are beyond our control with the development agreement. But our hope would be that we would have largely a template DA, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel with each applicant, much like on the wholesale side of things. And that hopefully once the planning commission and council has seen at least the first couple of these, that hopefully it will become perhaps not routine, but at least familiar, the way many of the wholesale ones did, where for a while there, we were taking them up here every meeting, I feel like, and most of them didn't have a lot of fanfare because they were very similar to what had been seen previously. And I can't speak to at the state level and the licensing and how long that may take, but for the parts we can control, we would certainly want to prioritize this, especially the equity aspect of it, noting that you have other assignments as well.
So part of your question, so do you have to have a development agreement in order to go to the state and get your license? I just want to make sure I
You have to have evidence of local approval, which could come in a variety of forms. Not everybody community that does the DA, especially the ones where they have a voter approved tax. But that is the instrument that we have opted to utilize for all things cannabis.
Does that answer your question? I think it's a relevant question. Developer agreement, as you heard, what's required for that may incur a cost before they get a state permit, which could take approximately a year, which is the concerns raised by the speakers. Okay.
Yes, having to do with selection. So we've got two different programs. We have our general selection, where we talked about the hybrid model for the lottery. Hybrid model, and then it would go to a lottery of the qualified applicants. Correct. Then we have the equity program. What's the final selection for the equity applicant? For that, let's just take the retail, for example. Is it the highest scoring person, or is it threshold than lottery as well for equity?
I would estimate if we had more than one bona fide equity applicant, that we would apply the lottery there too, if we were only going to ultimately have one storefront and one non-storefront equity license.
Okay. I had the crazy idea coming into this that let's make the entire city an equity program, and then realizing that we've got a pie of resources, and splitting that piece of the pie more ways is going to be more difficult. So, my colleague's concept of wrapping our arms around one person, one business, seems to be the best way for us to do it right. I do come back to the issue of the lottery, because I hear what folks in the audience are saying, and in order to form a true partnership, that needs to be an intentional act. And so I know there's some, the legal aspect of the lottery, and if I'm not, is this your expertise, Jeff? Can you talk me through the lottery process? And are we opening up the city to potential lawsuits? At the end of the day, I want to make sure that we're being responsible in our role.
I am not the author of the lottery process, but I can speak to generally to concerns when cities expose themselves to liability. There are, the more subjective you make a process, the more likely it is that someone will claim you exercise your subjectivity in a way that discriminated against them, that you treated them unfairly, that you favored someone for some bad motive. On the other hand, it's very difficult to put together a program like this that is entirely objective. You can try to entertain objective elements, but you need some sort of subjectivity, I think. From my perspective, one advantage of a lottery system is you have done a basic first cut. You have determined here are businesses which all meet minimum qualifications. Now, as between them, we are going to select it randomly. But we have first, it's not totally random because we have first determined that they meet those basic criteria. So in other words, we have decided that any one of these would be a fine business. We are supportive of those businesses. Does it have to be done via a lottery? It doesn't have to be done that way. But I do recognize the concern that if you have multiple applications, you can end up in a situation where you're not paralyzed, but you are in fact slowed down because you have so many applications you're trying to process at the same time that you have a staff with a limited bandwidth and lots of projects they need to work on. So, those are things I think you have to take into consideration.
Thank you for that. And then finally, I agree that equity applicants need a head start. What that head start looks like, I don't know. But is there any world where somebody applies for the equity license, they don't receive it, but they know it so that they can jump into the general program?
Probably not in the first go-round, because we'll need to open up for, say, 30 days, 45 days, whatever it is, take in the applications then we get, and then we'll need to evaluate them after that point closes. So the window, if someone applied under the equity banner and that didn't pass muster, they wanted to switch over to the non-equity, the window would be closed at that point, so they'd probably have to wait until the next round when we decide to open up again.
That's assuming that they launch at the same time.
There you go.
So in another world, we could launch the equity program and then, I don't know, I'm making this number up, 6 months, launch the other program, or how quickly we can figure out who that equity applicant is and then immediately open up. So the equity applicants who do not receive that are not selected can then jump into the other line. Because launching at the same time with only one social equity applicant, I feel like we're going to be doing the same thing, is we're giving the general folks a head start. And I'd like to see the equity applicants be a head start. We can talk more about that. I'd also like to see more points awarded or weighted for women-owned business. And then for our general selection, I noticed the equity and inclusion plan is 400 points. Is there any world where that could be a little heavier as well in the weighted process? Because, it's weighted the same as the business plan. I'd love to see it so that we have more emphasis on equity in our general program, but they wouldn't receive all the same benefits of that individual social equity applicant. And then I'm just wondering if one of the things we heard about from public comment and then conversations I've had is there's some businesses that are really good at giving back, mentoring new businesses, starting other women-owned businesses. Does that get built into any part of our general selection criteria of kind of like their community give back or what they do?
That is, things in that nature are one of the criterion. That's generally what I would fall under the category of the community benefits and investments plan. That's one of the criteria.
Okay.
I think would fall under that heading.
It's equity benefits, section G.
Sorry, equity benefits, sorry.
Cannabis equity benefits and investment plan.
Yeah.
That's their community give back. Okay. Let me just look at my notes. I know it's late. I've spent a lot of time on this and I really want to get this right.
And if I could, just to help the council, if there is a consensus interest in that first point you made about weight of points, I believe it's 3,000 points. I just did the math quickly. Yeah. 400 points is 13.3%. So if there was an interest in, hey, we want to put more emphasis on equity in general, I think telling us a percentage versus points would be easier.
Oh,
at this point.
Yeah, certainly those can be adjusted.
Right.
25%.
As the council sees fit.
And
That's what I'm getting at. Thank you.
just so,
I'm not coming up with a percent at this point in time. Not at this night, not at this hour.
No.
Right. One of the reasons why I was rushing
I'm
through
tired.
things.
Sorry.
Mayor, just one question.
Are you done? Councilmember?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, I'm done, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Councilmember Alcala.
Something that our attorney brought up, and I'm sort of curious. So who makes the selection? Are there 5, 6 people? Who makes the selection?
We anticipate that the applications will be scored by a third-party consultant, potentially HDL or another contractor that we would bring on board to do that actual scoring.
Okay. And I just want to mention something. I think it's going to be important, whoever that is, that there be women on that committee and people of color. Just to keep things
Oh,
balanced.
I will never have a problem with you saying you want women of color. I don't have an issue with that. But it does bring up a good point. I mean, one of the things, Jeff, you mentioned was just staff capacity to score.
Just a comment.
To Councilor Alcala's point, if we're sending out to a consultant, why can't we do it all?
yeah.
If we're going to pay someone else to do it?
The initial evaluation would be done by the third party. The staff lift would be when, after that point, and when they're moving towards the cannabis license process, which will involve the DA and the pieces of the DA, and then all of the building permit issuance and all of that piece. That would be the staff component.
Can I just say one more thing? Same thing. So if it's the staff, how much staff is it? And are there women on there? Are there people of color on that second phase that you're talking about?
Yes, our staff team would include women and women of color, for example, in the building
Men of
division.
color's
and
okay
stuff.
too, if we have any.
We have those too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the folks that would be doing the development agreements would be myself and my staff.
And that's after the merit-based,
Yes.
okay.
Just last one, I promise.
Sure, go ahead. No, I think you're
Just
the
with
only
this
one.
process, if we wanted to get away from the lottery, those same consultants that we would have paid to do the lottery, could we just have them help with the merit base? And so there was just a certain amount that they carried before it got to you all? Is that an option? Crazy.
Well, we anticipate staff doing the completeness review, and then once we get to those that are complete, those would be provided to a third party to actually score and then rank.
Okay. Discuss. We're good.
Okay, so going back to the lottery, because I've heard some comments and feedback here about the lottery system. And my impression of the lottery system was that it would start off merit-based, and then from there, out of all the really good ones, the ones we want to wrap our arms around and be a partner with, were the ones that were going to get to that lottery system where they would be, I know it's not what I hear is ideal, but we can't possibly, I think at a certain point, make that decision. But I may be either having a hard time understanding why that's such a bad thing, but I think we will be going through all the steps as a merit-based system and then get to the lottery system where somebody will be randomly selected from there. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Because it's not like we are picking anybody randomly. We are going to try to look through this criteria that we are placing forward, which I haven't quite decided yet if it's all, weighted more on women. I think people of color, and sometimes even men, were more harmed than women, further back, I think. Men of color. So that's one of my concerns about picking just women of color as a weighted I mean, I get women need to have a business, but I guess I'm just a little concerned that we're leaving out people that were harmed and weighting it towards women. So that's my preference. The other question I have is financing, and supporting the financing component and the timeline. If we suggest a developer agreement in order for them to get the state permit, then there is going to be a period of time where we would need to provide that financial support if they needed to get a venue to put that in the developer agreement process. And so what I didn't see in the presentation was, which is because you didn't know for sure where we were going with this, you gave us a nice overview. What would be helpful for me is like how much money eventually would we really need for each and every step to support an equity retailer in the future. So is there a way to ballpark that at all? Just, is there a way to do that?
We certainly heard from public comment tonight that you could be talking about $500,000, and up, which is probably not unreal. Probably is in the realistic or more for what someone may need. Even if they're not paying rent initially, they may need still need assistance from realtor, attorney, any other consultant to help them put together their application, things of that nature. So they certainly will incur costs very early on. I imagine once they get to the point where rent is starting to become due, that's when the cost would really accelerate. So we're trying to set this up to hold that off as far as we can before it really comes time where that real property interest has got to kick in. And then even at that point, that's when they're paying rent, and there may be some period of time of build-out state licensing where they're incurring costs but not revenues yet. So I think that's when most projects, after they get that initial approval and they start to make the heavy investment in design and development, construction, that's where your big costs come. So I can anticipate, getting, once we get someone to that phase where they have to have that real property interest and thus are paying some form of rent or other debt, that's when perhaps they may need the most amount of assistance from us until they get to the point they can open their doors.
And I'll just be really direct here. So that's why we're talking about the level of funding we're talking about for the selected equity applicant. We want it to be successful. That's partly why we're suggesting it be a limited to one at first because of those costs. We know that's a reality. And we don't want to do something for the sake of, I think what a lot of these other programs have done. We want to be different here and concentrate the resources to have success. So David's probably not as comfortable saying that in terms of the dollars we're talking about, but we are talking upwards of $500,000 to $1 million for one business potentially. So we have the money to do it.
Thank you. And on the other point, my impression was once we decided on an equity program, that it would be parallel to the regular retail. And so I think we made, was that the same impression you received when we first decided?
That is
Okay.
our proposal at this stage, is that we would open up the door for both at the same time. We certainly have heard from council members who would prefer to open up for the equity applicant first. I think that would certainly be within your purview to direct us to do.
So if we had decided that, and if we're changing our mind today, my impression of that is we are continuing to move the goalpost for the retail, and we're losing our opportunity in the retail space, in the regular retail space for revenue. And I think when we first started, before equity was, discussed, our goal was to generate revenue. Equity is not something we're planning for that. Equity is to ensure that that individual who opens up an equity is going to get the revenue. They're the ones that are going to benefit. If we continue to delay the regular retail, my concern is the loss of revenue in the future. So I would prefer to keep it simultaneous and keep that moving forward, parallel like we currently have as proposed.
Madam Mayor, the only thing I would say to that is I can't speak to what happened before I got here, but when I did get here, what we've been saying since I've been is equity, leading with equity, because that is our values. And also the last direction we actually gave the team was imagine if it was all equity licenses. And so I don't think we're moving the goalposts. I think you guys heard us loud and clear. And what I would hate to do is replicate what we've seen actually in nearby counties in which they did do sort of this at the same time. And it was not a great process for the equity licenses because, again, they're starting so far behind. Realistically, that's why they need so much support. And I wouldn't be in support of doing them simultaneously on top of that.
Okay, so that's different than what you proposed here today. That's what I'm saying. That's because of what I originally understood.
Yeah, we left the last council meeting with a very clear direction that no regular licenses go out before any
Correct.
equity
I
licenses
recall that.
go out.
Yes, that's so.
what we're saying.
So it was parallel, is what I understood.
No, he just said no regular licenses would go out before equity licenses.
Right, and
So that's not parallel. That would be equity licenses would, of course, come first, not.
So, no, I've been asking this question. That's I've been trying to get, and it, for me, was parallel. That's what I've been told.
That was our interpretation.
That's what and I'm trying to make sure we all understand this.
At least, like, for example, our neighbors in Sacramento, they've had dispensaries for years and then added an equity program several years later. And so if you look at their website, there's, I think, one, maybe two dispensaries that are open right now under the equity program and 30 or 40, non-equity ones. So, we're obviously trying to, I know when we came here last time, council wanted us to run the equity program with the overall program, not start the regular program and add equity later.
Okay, if I could, it's sort of my job over here to interpret council direction and to give direction to staff, and I'll just, in fairness to everyone, the direction we interpreted was don't open licensing for the general program until we develop an equity program. I think we're getting into kind of like the minutia about the licensing timing, but I think what we're hearing tonight is there could be an interest. I think we need to get to consensus, ideally, on what that looks like now. Is it a situation where there's simultaneous licensing programs with merit-based applications and then lottery for both programs at the same time? Or is it what's been suggested where we open the door first for the equity side of the program, make the selection there, and then whoever wasn't part of the selection in that side goes over to the general program? It can be done either way. We'd like that direction, though, to be clear tonight.
So, yeah, that's a good point. So how much time would you need for the equity first, and then some fail and didn't make it? What would that timing look like? Could that be a year? Could that be 2 years? I mean, I'm trying to understand, because I heard 6 months, and I honestly don't think that's sufficient. If you really want to have this equity first, I think we're looking at 2 years.
And it kind of depends on if you're saying that we would not issue any standard licenses until an equity applicant had their doors open, or had a state license, or at what stage?
At what stage?
Yeah, would, because
Can you determine it tonight?
Well,
I would suggest that it would be the selection of the equity-based applicant occurs first, and then the second pool starts, rather than it be open.
Yeah.
There's a lot of factors out of our control in that, but I think it gives us a clear directive to, figure that whoever the person or the entity is going to be, and then aggressively get going on the supports with that program with the goal that they will open maybe even ahead of the rest of it. So I think what we're talking about tonight is the sequence of the selection. If we need a little bit more time, if you're not ready to give us that tonight, based on our inability to tell you precisely how long it'll take, we can come back to the next meeting with that estimate. But if the direction is clear that the consensus is to do the selection process for the equity-based applicants first, make that selection, and then move to the next part of the program, without putting timeframes on it, I think we can move on tonight and get that done as quickly as possible.
So, suggestion? I think the city manager is looking for specificity on this. Wait? Do it now?
Okay, if I,
Whoever
I just want to
wants
make
the-
sure
Whoever
you're.
wants the first, equity first, what does that, how does that look like?
So I appreciate what you described, City Manager Laurel. And so I think that makes sense, that we would do the equity selection first, because we don't really have a strong hold on what the timing would be. At least we know that that's going to happen, and then it opens up, and it also gives folks an opportunity who didn't get selected for the equity to then jump in here, because we saw that there were equity ratings or scoring as well in the normal process, and so they could also score well there. So I do like that approach.
And under that scenario, since we're using most of the same criteria, they would probably be able to reuse some of that material they would have submitted on the equity lens in the regular thing, so they, hopefully wouldn't be starting completely from square one again.
I also want to be clear, though, that the equity applicants, if they were to apply in the general program, would have to provide us with the equity.
They'd have to mean everything.
Plan.
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, okay.
Yes.
I sit up here somewhat reformed. Staff will know that back in 2016 and 17, when we, envisioned what cannabis sales or the cannabis businesses would look like in West Sacramento, I was vehemently opposed to retail. And over a period of years, getting to the point where I realized that, my lens was clouded by years of negative experiences, but now seeing the value and the benefit of having retail in our city, for me, the revenue was secondary to what was good for the community. But at the same time, I do recognize that that revenue is important to our city as well. I will say that I appreciate both arguments. Like, I could see the merits in both, but I do appreciate going with the merit,
Equity.
Thank you. The equity applicant, once that selection's made, let's move forward. My concern is that we stall, and then we never get to the place where we need to be. I want us to be doing this now. And so I understand we have to go through this and stuff. I just really want to get that equity applicant chosen so we can open up the pool to everyone else who wants to participate.
And because you guys need direction, I'll just keep saying it, I'm not in support of any kind of lottery. So. And I'm just one person on this dais, so.
I see the benefit of not having it, though, too.
I think I've had enough conversations with staff that lottery is important, so I've been convinced lottery's a good idea. I don't know if we need to take a separate vote for that.
Yeah, maybe we should. For me, I don't want to leave to chance an investment of $1 million. I just don't think that's good governance for me. And that's a lot of money, because that's what we're saying. I see your face, but that's what we're saying. It could be $500 to $1 million that we are supporting that one equity license. That's what we just said. The idea that we would say, you checked all these boxes, now we're going to throw you in a pot. I don't want to, you're going to be my business partner. No. We're going halfsies on this. I have a stake here. And so, no, I think we should choose. And again, I'm one person. That's a lot of money to leave a chance.
Heard Council Member Sophia Ho doesn't like the lottery.
No, I hear you. And, I personally, if I was launching another business, I would not choose my partner based on a lottery. And so, this is a hard decision to make for me, because I'm listening to staff's recommendation and all of the research and the conversations that I've had, and I tend to, lean into that Is there a world where the equity program doesn't have a lottery, but the general program does?
If we only got one, if we were
Sorry,
only,
the equity.
if we only got one equity applicant during that time period, then the lottery would be moot. But if we say we're going to support one, but say we get 5 applications, and they all pass muster, then what do we do?
It is possible. We would need to be really refined and honed in on the scoring criteria, and there would be risk. I think you heard earlier, there would be risk in that, but there is a world where that could happen.
I mean, this is a different type of program, and maybe it needs to be approached differently. Do we need to make that decision tonight?
What I'd suggest is this is set up as a workshop. We want a direction tonight. I think what we can do, and this is just a suggestion, given the hour, we could come back to you with a couple of options that are focused primarily, if there's a consensus around the idea that we want to move forward first on the equity application process before we start the other one, and we can come back to you with a couple options in terms of how that process would roll out, and just focus on that. So
could you start the equity application process without the lottery decision? No? I think
No, I think we need consensus on whether or not it's going to be part of the process or not.
So say if we waited, because next week is our next meeting, is that when you think we can
No,
have?
actually, our next meeting is October 18th, I believe.
18th.
Yeah, so what we would aim to do is by that meeting, come back with a very focused workshop on the equity side of the program with the assumption that this has to get decided first before we start the other one, which I would strongly recommend you stick with a merit-based screening process with a lottery for the general program. But for the equity program, we would do a workshop just on that, get hopefully clear direction from the council out of that workshop that this is what the equity process looks like, and we start it as soon as possible after that. But we'll need a little time to put together those options, but I see the options being one based on a merit screening with a lottery, the other based on a more precise scoring, criteria for the equity applicants. And an assessment of, give you more assessment of the risk involved with that too.
Will we have the breakdown of what the percentages are going to be for equity at that time?
Percentages of equity, I'm sorry, what do you mean?
How the points,
For the
scoring
general
criteria? Yeah.
criteria?
yes.
Well, I think what the city manager was offering is if we come back, we would focus solely on the equity program.
Yeah, we would
Correct,
have a
but the
breakdown
equity
of the
program's going to be
scoring.
weighted.
And yes.
Will we have those weighted, how it's going to be weighted very specifically?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
We would,
That was my
I would
question.
suggest that we would need to.
You would, oh, great, thank you.
To enable you to make that decision, so, yeah. So we'll aim for October 18th.
And I
We're
will
asking a lot of the
not, I will
staff there,
not
but-
be here October 18th, but I think it's fine with whatever council decides. At that point, you may have, I mean, if the decision here today is remove the lottery, I mean, I'm trying to give you the benefit of, hey, if you guys want to go on with removing the lottery and I'm not going to be here and you're going to decide that anyways, why don't we just make that decision now and move it forward? Is that?
It's the council's choice. I think my concern would be, we would want some additional direction about the scoring part of that. So that would make our job easier. We wouldn't have to prepare a second option that involves the lottery. We could just say, okay, the consensus was develop a merit-based program for the equity applicants only. And we would come back as soon as possible, either October 18th or the next meeting.
So that would help you to.
Right. What would
Okay.
also help is clarity on who benefits. So what are the criteria in terms of women-owned, veterans? Because we've heard a number
I
of
see.
different
Okay.
classifications as well. So to have some level of consensus on that would be very helpful.
I see heads nodding.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with merit-based for the equity program. I think that it's a good idea to include certain groups, but I don't want to dilute the pool where it becomes a general criteria at the end of the day because we keep adding. I know that we want to target our efforts to folks who have been detrimentally impacted by the war on drugs, so that way we can equalize opportunity in our city. There are a lot of recognizable groups who have been impacted, but I just, again, want to make sure that we are targeting the right people who need to benefit from this.
Okay. So it looks like we're leaning towards merit-based, and we just like to see the criteria.
Yes, and we'll focus on the criteria that's already in the report. There was some
Okay.
suggestions made there, and then
make a
give
decision
you
from there.
other options for
I think
what you might
that's,
also
I think
consider.
that helps to provide you with clarity on what to do.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
We can return and try to pin these down a little closer.
And you don't need to answer the question now, but I would like to know, and I don't need, if you don't have to answer it here in the future, but I would like to know the timing on when retail was, regular retail will start. Once you make a decision moving forward, if there is some kind of definitive timeframe, because I still don't hear it.
Right. I think we can give you at least, a time range.
Okay.
That we can anticipate that.
And if I could also just ask, I don't want to put it on the staff here tonight. It will absolutely be October 18th. We're going to do our best to meet that date. We have another meeting on November 1st. So if we could just establish that as soon as possible, but the goal will be October 18th. We'll let you know as soon as possible if we feel like we need a little bit more time, but it wouldn't go beyond November 1st for this subsequent workshop.
Now, do you have all the answers to your questions?
Quite a few of them, I will say. So thank you all very much. This has been very helpful tonight. We look forward to bringing this back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, David and Andrea, for all the hard work you've put into this, and to everybody here that has contributed. I know this is a very meaningful business that I'm so glad we're moving along and getting closer to that goal. Thank you. Next is item 28 under the City Manager's Office. Would you like to move this over? I'm very supportive of this item to the next City Council agenda, or would you just like to take a look at it now? It's the consideration of the first reading of ordinance 23-8, amending the West Sacramento Municipal Code to memorialize Council's One City Governance Framework.
Yes, we're good here.
We're good here. Great. Mr. Robinson, would you please provide a presentation on this?
Evening. This item would implement the City Council's 2023 Strategic Plan Policy Agenda item, which is titled Formalizing a One City Governance Principle. I'd like to provide some background and a brief recap of staff's recommendation before I turn the item back to the Council for deliberation. Starting from its incorporation, the City of West Sacramento has had amazing success raising the quality of life for its residents while overcoming many difficult challenges along the way. Examples of projects that have been created since incorporation abound. I won't list them all. I have an extensive list here that I was going to lay out to impress you, but rail over crossings, Class A office space, transforming the Bridge District. You all know the amazing things that have happened in the city since its incorporation. What's particularly impressive about these accomplishments is that it wasn't just one council or one group of leaders that made it happen, but rather successive councils comprised of different people from diverse areas of the community who created the steady and consistent leadership that allowed these long-term projects to be accomplished. That visionary leadership style became part of West Sacramento's DNA from the beginning of the arduous process of incorporation, during which the residents of Bright, Broderick, and West Sacramento neighborhoods worked together to create a unified community that would be more than the sum of its parts. City councils that followed incorporation carried forward the same focused, can-do approach that helped the city get incorporated in the first place. However, at least to staff's knowledge, subsequent councils retained this consistent approach to governance without a manual or a recipe book, but rather via seemingly an unspoken cultural norm that seemed to pass from one council to the next, even as individual members changed. In staff's view, this government style has two key characteristics. One, adherence to the council manager form of government and the related best practices. And two, a constant awareness that West Sacramento's strength lies in its unity, or stated another way, that the city can fully embrace the diversity of resident perspectives while also remembering that West Sacramento is one city and not just a collection of neighborhoods. Staff refers to these ideas collectively as the one city principle, which we believe is the key both to the city's past record of success and for its prospects to continue that success into the future. Today, this council is in the historically unique position of being both stewards of the city's traditional and highly successful approach to governance and the first council to lead in the context of a district-based electoral system. Staff believes this singular moment in the city's history provides the council with an opportunity to examine the unspoken governance principles that have helped the city achieve such amazing success since incorporation and consciously weave those into a new governance philosophy that also leverages the benefits of the city's new electoral structure. The staff report articulates a set of principles that staff believes are being implemented today largely, but which staff also believes are key to the city's future success. And briefly, those are that council members are elected by districts but governed in the interest of all residents, the idea that any resident should be able to communicate concerns to any council member, the principle of avoiding fostering division at the council level and at the community level, a continued adherence to the council manager form of government, the practice of inviting the entire council to events of interest in the community, resource decisions being made by the entire council, budgets being made on a citywide basis, and the city speaking with one voice when interacting with other governmental entities. These ideas have survived as an unwritten tradition to date, but staff recommends writing them down at this point since a written document increases the chance that the one city philosophy will continue to guide future councils and hopefully perpetuate a governance culture that will help West Sacramento thrive far into the future. By approving the recommended action this evening, council has the opportunity to make continued good governance a part of its legacy. So with that, staff respectfully recommends that the council waive first reading and read by title only Ordinance 23-8, which would amend the city's municipal code to include the council's one city governance framework. That concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions, comments from the council members? And Madam Clerk, I'll open it up for public comment. Any request to speak?
I have no request to speak on this item.
Thank you so much. Close the public comment. Bring it back to council. Questions, comments? No? I'll accept a motion to approve this one city governance framework.
Early moves.
Second. Councilmember Early moved. Mayor Pro Tem Orozco seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hull.
Aye.
Councilmember Early.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. All right, this item is approved. We'll go next to our general administration function part 2. Do we have any reports from council assignments?
I'm going to just report next time for me.
Okay,
Me too.
Report next
so.
time. No council appointments, council calendar.
I have a couple of things. Saturday morning is the PD's K9 5K, and then Saturday night, the Parks Department is hosting their cinema at sundown at Bright Park, showing the movie The Goonies. That's it.
Thank you. City manager report.
I'd be remiss if I didn't report that no one with city manager in their title will be in the city next week. We will all be at the ICMA conference in Austin. There's a collection of us going, myself, Amanda, John, Andrea, and Ariana. So we're going to be well represented there. It's a great conference. In the meantime, Chief Strange will be acting city manager. He knows this. He'll get to select his acting ACM. That'll be one of the people back there. But it's just for next week. I'll still be on the radar, so it's not like you can't reach out to me, but just wanted to give you a heads up about that. So thank you.
I'm sorry, the whole day from Monday through Friday, the whole week, I mean?
I'll be gone from Monday through Friday. Amanda will be back, but Rob's in charge for,
Bob's in charge.
for the week.
I love it. We're in good hands.
City attorney report.
Nothing to report.
Staff direction from city council members, none. No future agenda item requests.
Can I have an announcement?
And,
Is that okay?
sorry?
Can I make an announcement?
There's a,
Is that right? Okay. I want to just say, I actually know a Goonie. My friend Jeff Cohen is actually Chunk. So I look forward to seeing that. I wanted to just invite, the members of the community and staff and anyone else who is interested. If you have any yarn in your garage or know of somebody who does, on October 8th from 9 to 1, it's a Sunday, we'll be tabling out in front of Lanise's Cafe, and the collections will go directly to the West Sac Active Aging Knit and Crochet Group. And they turn out wonderful, warm items for people in our community who need it the most. They were initially using their own income to purchase yarn. And so this is a community-wide event to try to help them out. So spread the word. March 8th, or what?
What was
March
the time
8th,
of that
October.
again?
October 8th, Sunday, from 9 to 1 in front of Lanisa's. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, also, I think there's a Fix It Cafe on September 30th over at the library, and that's great. Teach people how to sew and fix bikes.
And Madam Mayor, we did have a future agenda item.
We do have a future agenda item. What is the future agenda item, City Manager?
Sure, I can read it. It's a request from Councilmember Sulpicio Hall that would be a proclamation for the October 18th agenda for Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. And I believe there's something in the packet about it, but if you want to talk about it. And just as a reminder of this process, we just need a consensus from the council that, yes, we want to put it on the future agenda, and then it will go on the 18th agenda.
Sounds
if we
good.
get
I'll,
that.
I'll
So-
open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, any request to speak on this future agenda item?
We have no request to speak on this
Okay,
item.
thank you. Close it. Public comment, bring it back to council for a vote. Consent, what do you need, a vote or a consensus?
Nods.
My suggestion is for these, let's just do consensus.
All right, we all consent?
Thank you.
All right, here we go. I think I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Early seconds. Gotta be quicker than that.
My mic was
Madam
off.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall,
An enthusiastic aye.
Councilmember Early,
Aye.
Councilmember Ocala,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco,
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye, we are adjourned.
Ooh.